I would like to welcome you all to Somani Presents Economic Times Architecture and Design Summit. Today's student workshop is brought to you by Green Lamp. We are proud about this initiative, which involves students, as we believe that students are future of architecture and design. I would now like to invite Sunita Kodris, Business Head, Times Conference Limited, to please come on the stage for the welcome address.
Good morning, everybody. A warm welcome to the Economic Times Architecture and Design Summit Student Workshop. In fact, we do a lot of conferences in Delhi, and I'm quite surprised to see such a strong audience sitting here by 9:45 in the morning. Generally, we don't have audience coming in till around 10:30. So that's a positive sign. I think all of you are used to getting to classes in time, right? So that's something great. Well, I don't want to take too much of your time because this platform here is meant for you all to learn something. And I'm sure you all would prefer the experts talking rather than me. But I just want to kind of take 2 minutes to recap our journey on A&D. So when we initiated A&D last year, our objective was very clear. We said we need to reach out to as many cities as possible. We need to encompass all stakeholders that make this design community complete. So last year, we took A&D to 4 cities in the West, culminated it in a large conference in Mumbai. We added a unique feature last year. We had a gathering of women architects where we kind of recognized the important role of women in the business. And we were very clear that second year onwards, students are a very important part of this whole ecosystem, and we should do something with the student community. And with that came our student workshop, which was designed. Some of our critical partners were part of this entire planning stage. Somani came in with this brilliant idea. Green Lamp supported us in this brilliant idea. So both our partners have played a critical role in ensuring that this workshop here is successful. I do hope that as the day progresses, you all get some clear insights into your reasoning for attending here. And if you all are not very clear, if you all have any queries, please feel free to contact all the trainers who will kind of give you all a download even at a later stage. I'm sure an email to them would work wonders. Just wanted to add the last thing that we've initiated for the student community. We have a Student Excellence Award that was initiated this year. We had an excellent response. We had around 50 colleges that participated. We do hope that next year this grows in numbers. We do hope that this award is looked forward to by the student community in the coming years. So thank you.
Thank you, Sunita, for that address. Moving ahead is our first workshop, which is on floor science and insight into tile laying by Satinder Gautam, AVP Sales and Marketing, Somani Ceramics.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Somani Ceramics Limited, I welcome you all in the workshop on floor science and insight into tile laying. We have given this workshop a name, Tile Master Workshop. So I'll just explain why we thought it would be appropriate to call this a Tile Master Workshop. You see, in our company, we have a training department. Rather, we can call it the training initiative, in which we train engineers, supervisors, contractors, tilers on tile as well as on tile laying practices. It's a wholesome training, certified course. And since the workshop is on tile laying, we thought whatever topics we have covered today in this small session of 1 hour, it has been developed by this Tile Master department. So I thought it would be appropriate if I call this workshop as Tile Master Workshop. Before starting the actual session, I would like to share some strange facts about Indian tile industry. You see, today, whatever tiles we make in India, I am talking about all manufacturers together. It's world class. When I say world class, I mean in terms of quality, in terms of finish, in terms of sizes, in terms of design. But what is strange is that when it comes to laying, this situation is, I can use the extreme word, pathetic. Why? Because the actual layer is not aware of the new age tiles, the new technology, the advanced tools. And the situation is not critical at the end of tiler. It is same with everyone. When I say everyone, it means the engineers, supervisors also, the architects also, and as a company also. So we thought somehow we have to address this issue. So we started this training program in which you will see a lot of new things, a lot of interesting, useful things. And I hope when you actually start your career, this would be very, very handy to achieve the desired finish, the aesthetics, the quality, what you look in the interiors or the final finish. So I'll start my session on this particular insight that this is the need of the hour. We are more towards the technicality of the product, but when it comes to actual laying, nothing is happening. So it's a small session. We tried to cover as much topics as possible. So I'll start the presentation. Again, a brief about this Tile Master. This is the initiative we started to enhance tiling skills of masons. This we do through training of masons on tiling in totality, enabling them to improve their skills and productivity, and in turn their livelihood. When we say tiling in totality, it means we just not only talk about laying, we also talk to these tilers how a tile has to be classified, how a tile is manufactured, how a tile is tested. So after the training, he become complete expert. Also, the other reason was it's more on towards a CSR activity to contribute in the growth of tile industry. So this has been the two main purpose we started this Tile Master. And very, very brief about the company. We started Somany Ceramics in 1971 in collaboration with Pilkington, UK, and the initial capacity was 5.4 lakh square meter. But in 1995, we bought out Pilkington's stake, and now we are one of the major front runners in Indian tile industry. We have the operations in North, Gujarat, Pan-India, and the today present capacity is 45 million square meter. And if I convert into per day, it comes to roughly 1.2 lakh square meter per day we are manufacturing. So this is again I'll come straight to the topic of tile laying. So if you see the tile laying, first we go to the market and select or purchase a tile. So there are 4 stages. First is the conceptualization. We know there are a lot of designers, architects. We can go and immediately address this particular first stage. Second comes the selection. We have all the big showrooms in the market. You can go select a good tile as per your choice. The third is again sourcing, and the final stage is the laying. So laying is the most difficult and very, very disturbing stage, and which is beyond the control of the consumer. If you select a tile either from the company or from a very good showroom and ask, "Sir, I have selected a tile, can you give me a layer?" He will say, "Sir, you can go out, you will find few tilers and you can hire them. I have no guarantee." So that is the issue in today's world. And when we say this laying is an issue, why it is? Because masons are abysmally ill-trained and non-competent, which lead to poor quality of laying, shabby finish, lot of wastage of material and time. So the need was the industry is highly unorganized. Building material, if you see not only tile, if you see any building material industry in India, it is highly unorganized. Lack of trained mason. When it comes to Diwali, everyone becomes painter. So when it comes to tiling, everyone says, I am painter. I am a tiler. So that is the situation with the skilled masons we call in India. So nobody is thinking about training the tilers. So that is the issue. Non-usage of right equipment resulting into bad workmanship and very long delivery time. We have developed 33 tools. We have showed you a few of the tools over here. And when you see the actual demonstration, you will realize such a basic tool. And till today, 99% of the tilers, they say, we have not seen this tool. And they are laying the tiles with their conventional tools. Uninformed consumer, unsure of what to expect. Thousands variety of tiles in the market. Nobody knows what to select, why to select, how to select. Lack of initiative from construction industry. Now, in tiling industry, we are conducting this program. This initiative is CSR for us. So nobody has thought about doing this for the tilers. Low accountability on the part of tile layers. The blame of bad workmanship is passed on to the quality of tiles. So this is the objective, to improve the skill, productivity, and their livelihood. So when we say after this training, the productivity of the tiler increases because of and we say it goes by 20% because of the correct methods and advanced tools. So one of the tool is manual cutter. If you see, it cuts the tile 90% faster, ensures zero wastage in terms of chipping and breaking of tile. We will show you the demonstration. Drill bit ensures proper hole making without breaking the tile and is faster by 90%. A rubber trowel, it ensures excellent grouting work and is faster by 5 times as compared to conventional blade. So all these tools makes the job faster by 20%. Rule support, one of the tools we will show in the demonstration. Hole marker, rubber hammer, shape template, all are there for the demonstration. The output of the tiler, it improves by 25%. The quality of output is far better than the conventional method. The quality of cuts, making holes, leveling accuracy, finish of grout, application will be far superior and faster. Also, there would be reduction in rejection. When we say rejection, it means either the tile is getting broken or the cement slurry adhesive is set. All those wastage becomes zero after the training program. Better understanding, the trained tiler will have holistic approach to tiling job and execute job with complete sense of accountability. I'll share one recent example. We have been to DMRC, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation. We know the way they work, one of the best in the world. We went and met MD of DMRC, Mr. Mangu Singh. We said, we want to discuss about the tiles. The first sentence, what he said, is shocking for us. He said, Mr. Gautam, we want to use tiles, but I'm not getting tilers. So I shifted to stone. Now the MD of one of the better organizations says he is helpless. He says, many of my big contractors, L&T, Shahpurji, they come to us, say, Saab, we are not getting tilers, what to do? So this is the state of affairs. So we have organized training for their whole set of engineers, architects, as well as the staff of the contractors. So aspect of the training is, the first focus is on tools and tackles. The other is the methodology for application of tiles. And the third is good quality of material. So these are the aspects we focus on the training. And there is a school. We have 2 schools in India. We call it the training school. One is in our factory here in Delhi. The other is our factory in Gujarat. So we do training program in the factory. And also, if there is a far off place like South and the team wants us to go to the site and do the training, we also go and do the training program at site. And this is the agenda, first day, second day, third day. And you can see who can participate in the training program: masons, the tilers, builders, contractors, anybody in the business can sponsor and or nominate tilers. And it is a certified course. At the end of the session, if we think the tiler has come up to our expectation, we issue the certificate also. These are because armed forces is always considered to be very, very disciplined. So they took training from us. So they are the experienced, either the civil engineers or the foremen or the diploma holders. They took the training. And in each and every training, the focus is such that either our director or the CMD, they go and distribute the certificate. These are the snaps of the training we did at site. This has been for the Shahpurji, the Ashiana, Vatika. So this has been the brief about the sort of a training program we do. Now I'll come with the important topic on emerging trends in the tile installation. So anybody can ask why we need training in tile laying. What has been changed? You have to just apply cement slurry and put tile on the floor. It looks very easy. But why we thought to have the training? Because substrates are changing. Earlier tiles were used only cement plaster. Now you can put tile on wood also. If the tiler is not aware how to put tile on wood, what he will do? He will put tile with cement on wood. What will happen to the wood? You can imagine. So tile you can apply on glass. You just imagine any surface, you can put tiles. But for that, you should be knowing what type of material has to be used. So the substrates are changing. Tiles are changing. Earlier, there used to be a very small size of tile, 4 inches by 4 inches. Now you can have tile of 1 meter by 1 meter. So you cannot put this huge tile with this same method which the tilers were using in the smaller size. So this requires training. Applications are changing. Now, earlier tiles were using only in the bathrooms. Now, tiles can be used on the platforms also, heavy traffic area also. Exterior, interior, swimming pool, any area you can use the tile, but it requires training. Construction practices are changing, architectural designs are changing. Earlier, tiles were installed only on cement plaster. Today, tiles are installed even on surfaces like plywood, gypsum, metal, glass, mosaic, ceramic tile, stone. Now, there is already a stone floor in this hall. So, somebody wants to put or they change the floor with tile. So, conventional method says break it and apply tile. But the new sort of adhesives ensures that on this existing surface we can put tile. So it saves times, energy and money also. Now here we have shown a picture in which you can see it's a steel frame. And the architect has come up with the idea that instead of glass we will put a tile on that surface. So here the only issue is the tile is not getting enough back surface to get stick. It's only the periphery where you can put the tile. So after a lot of research, we have come out with a product and you can see it's epoxy. And what epoxy normally does is you just put the ball around the periphery and the material is so strong, now it can withstand the huge weight of the tile. So this is the change happening in the Indian market and we have to respond. So this a tiler can only do once he has the exposure. Again, tiles are changing. Earlier tiles were mostly ceramic tiles and available in smaller sizes. Today there are not just ceramic tile, but vitrified tile, glass mosaic, designer tiles, and also as big as 1 meter by 1 meter. Now, this is a microscopic view. You can see the first, the picture is of the tiles which were available 15-20 years back. You can see pores all over the surface. And the second surface is the recent new age technology tiles, which has no pores. So if you understand the first type of tile, if you put with cement, it can withstand easily. Why? Because cement bonding, we call it mechanical bonding. Cement goes inside the pores and there is a gripping. If you apply cement with the second type of tile, it will not stick. Reason? There are no pores. Cement will not move inside. Now, can we put glass with cement? No, because it is impervious. Same is with the recent tiles. So what is the solution? Solution is we should go with the adhesive, or we call it the chemical. So, but most of the tilers, they are not aware, and they are putting these type of tiles also with cement. So we are facing a lot of problems, debonding, tiles is getting out, broken, all those issues. Applications are changing. Earlier tiles were mostly restricted to bathroom. Today tiles are used almost everywhere, from commercial floor, residential, kitchen, swimming pool, external facade, industrial floor also, where you can put machines. So such a heavy duty tiles are available. But for that, somebody should know that for industrial floor, I need very high strength tiles. Construction practices are changing. We need faster. We cannot wait for 2 to 3 years to build a house. All those can possible with the advanced materials available in the market. This we have shown a surface. We have to put tile over here. Just have to apply the adhesive and then directly apply the tile on it. No need to scrap, no need to put any sort of a rough surface, nothing. Designs are changing. Now the space is precious nowadays. So when you use a tile, you always look for a thinner application. Even the thickness of tile is less or the base is less. So now with chemical, instead of 30 mm cement mortar, you can put 3 mm. So what you save is 27 mm. So there is a saving in the space. This is the live example of Mysore Palace. Here the architect wanted tile to be installed in the bathroom of the train. So here the challenge is the walls were all ply, and train, you can always expect a lot of vibration. So you cannot put tile with the ordinary material. So what is the solution? Now, this is the interior after the tiles are installed. And after 5 or 6 years, the tiles are still on the surface. This we have done with the help of the epoxy. So now I'll show you a small video after this particular theory session in which you can see some tools, and then we'll have the demonstration. Video.
Changing tiles in your house, and even that is at best something that leaves you with mixed feelings. Excitement that one is going to see a new look for the house, and a fear that the final output may not be as good as one has imagined. Most often than not, the later comes true. At the hands of untrained masons, your dream gets shattered. Presenting the Somany Tile Master. The Tile Master presents an opportunity for you to save cost, time and effort. Earn fame and money with happy and proud customers. Tiles perfectly laid out. This gives any room such a nice look and feel. The room looks so inviting not just today, but over the years. Now such finish is possible by every Tile Master. Every Tile Master can have happy and proud customers, can save time and effort, and earn money and fame. Somany presents Tile Master, Mastering the Art of Tile Laying, a unique training program for tilers and masons, providing them with skills, aptitude, and tools that make them Tile Master. Special tools in the Tile Master Kit make the difference. This is the nipper, Nippers are used to cut the tile for giving it any specific shape. The special nippers are designed for different materials. This is the building level. The building level is used to level the tiles on the floor. Their lightness is added to a great resistance against deforming through impact during use. The precision of the equipment is 1 millimeter. This is the rubber hammer. The rubber hammer is used to pound the tile to ensure uniform material spread below. Using the rubber hammer also ensures no breakage or chipping, which is likely in case of use of iron hammer. This is the rule support. When laying tiles on wall, these supports will hold the ruler where you will place the first line of tiles. These supports are designed to easily place the ruler, level it and make any corrections. Therefore, say goodbye to those supports that are fixed and cannot be modified. This is the template for diagonal tile laying. This is very handy template for laying the tiles diagonally on the wall without repeatedly checking and measuring each layer of tile laying. This is the hole marker. This tool lets you calculate both quickly and accurately where to mark holes in tiles, with no need to take measurements or make tracings with the errors that this may involve in case of manual marking. By merely adjusting the template in the place where the tile is to go and then transferring the template to the tile to be cut, you will have the exact hole position. This is the counter gauge. This tool enables you to transfer difficult, complicated measurements from the job being done to the tile. Whether it is a question of straight lines or curves, obtaining a point of reference and then all the coordinates often poses a real challenge. By simply pressing this shape template against the obstacle, you can easily obtain all the coordinates you need for making the cut. This is the joint scraper. Ergonomic handle with electroplated wide plates with high resistance to abrasion is very effective in cleaning cement mortar between tile joints. The tool is adjustable in width to meet the requirements. This is the manual tile cutter. The manual cutters are fitted with multi-point and single-point braking system with powerful braking strength with highly accurate measuring systems for cutting and finishing on all types of tiles. It has rectified and chrome steel guides with double guide system for direct vision with adaptable and interchangeable scoring wheel. This is the notch trowel. It is used to ensure uniform application of material while laying the tile. Wide selection of notch trowel saves consumption of adhesives and mortar without sacrificing the quality of job. Made of steel with high resistance to abrasion. This is the rubber trowel. It allows a correct grouting and an excellent finish. The soft body rubber trowel is good for joints up to 3 mm. And solid rubber trowel is suitable for thick joints that is about 3 mm up to 8 mm. This is the plastic trowel with sponge. It is used for proper cleaning surface. This is the square. The calibrated and sturdy square is used to check the correct right angle of the corner and accuracy of the job. These are safety glasses and safety helmet for tile master. These are for the protection of the tile master. Together with the t-shirt, it makes tile master more professional. This is a suction pad. The suction pad tool is used for easy movement of tiles. These are other special tools. Karni, plumb and rope. Right angle and flat chisel. The Tile Master program also helps you in starting on the right foot with respect to tile laying. The first step is often the most important step, and so it is in tile laying. While taking tiles out of the packaging, it is important to use the right approach, else you can be left with broken or chipped tiles. The tiles once taken out need to be mixed to prevent shade variation. It is important to soak tiles for 4 hours before using them. This ensures that they gain strength and hence will protect tile against any breakage. Here is our proud Somani tile master, admiring his work. Such a beautiful finish. Obviously, his clients are happy. There is no wastage of material, no broken tiles. He has saved an average of 15% by preventing this wastage. The wonderful tools have helped him save time in his work. Now, he can do more jobs in less time. Prosperity deepens. And obviously, happy clients will bring with them more business and references. Our tile master is truly on a growth path. Join the Somani Art of Laying Tiles course and become a certified Somani tile master. The path to true success.
So an expert tiler is just like a good tailor. If you go to a tailor to stitch a shirt, you can buy best of the clothes. But if it doesn't stitch good, then it would look like a very ordinary shirt or trouser. So same way, a 50 rupees tile, if laid properly, looks like 100 rupees. And a 100 rupees tile, if not laid properly, will look like a 50 rupees tile. So you might have seen the video over here, and we'll have the live demo to show you that these tools are so easy to handle. Very, very easy, and not very expensive also. But without these tools, a tile cannot be laid. So what we have done, we have developed a toolkit. We picked up tools from all over the world because most of the tools are not available in India. And we have kept these 33 tools in a kit. We call it the toolkit. So you have seen the list of the 33 tools we kept in a box, and we call it the Tile Master Toolkit. The first very, very important and very small tool is a rubber hammer. You know, when a tile is laid, it has to be tapped, because whatever adhesive, whatever masala is beneath the tile, it has to spread equally. If it doesn't spread equally, there will be hollow sound and the tile will break. So tile cannot have durability without proper tapping. You have seen in the video, the conventional method is they tap with the handle of the iron hammer. With that, he is always in fear that if he tap forcefully, then tile might break. So it doesn't tap properly, and there is no spreading of masala equally, and then you have the hollow sign. The right tool is this rubber hammer. Now, whatever force you put on tile with this rubber hammer, tile will not break. So this tool is so important, so essential. Whenever a tiler see this tool, he always says, I want this. Without this, I cannot lay the tile. So we will show you over here. Rajiv, just show that rubber hammer. Press karo. So you can also feel, just give to one of the tables. You can see and pass on to the others. Very light in weight, and since it is rubber, so it is, nothing is going to happen with the tile. So while leveling the tile during laying process, it is not advisable to tap the tiles with a normal hammer and with the handle of the hammer. Rubber hammer is suitable for this said use without causing any damage to the tiles like breakage. The advantage is bonding of tile with substrate can be done without breaking the tile. No air gap because of uniform layer of cement. The second tool is the manual cutter. Now this tool cuts tile in 6 seconds. It can cut any type of tile, be it ceramic or vitrified. No breakage, wastage, no noise, no electricity. Diagonal cut also possible, no maintenance required. There is a lot of issue with the electricity in India. So whenever they use the electric cutter, electricity has to be there and there is a lot of wastage. You can see very silent this cutter. Anyone can cut, we can demonstrate right away over here. This is the cutter. वीडियो नहीं आया उस पे स्क्रीन पे है वांटेड वीडियो एट दिस स्क्रीन हैव यू सीन देयर वाज नो डस्ट नो नॉइज वी कैन अगेन चेतन दोबारा दिखाओ यू कैन अगेन सी द क्लोजअप फुल टाइल ले लो चेतन फुल टाइल रखो Now at the site, even the expert tilers, the main wastage in tiling is when they break the tile, when they cut the tile, tiles get broken. So that is the main wastage at site and which is up to 10 to 15%. Here you can see no wastage. So we'll invite you to come and cut yourself and I'll assure you nothing will happen to tile. It will cut straight, perfect without getting broken. Such a wonderful tool. I think you might have cutting time first time. Nothing has happened. You can show the finish, you can see yourself. So I'll invite others also, please come. करना, फिर बाद में फिर जरूरत पड़ेगी। ये क्या करा आपने? दोबारा लगा। ये करो कनेक्ट। Excuse me, connect this. So I think we have cut a lot of tiles and the wastage was 0. Can you imagine? And the norm in the tiling is wastage has to be 10 to 15%. And you see the norms, 15% wastage, we assume कि ये तो होना ही है. And even if you confront with tiler, he will say, "साहब आपको नहीं पता, आप तो नए नए हैं, ये टूटती है टाइल सर." Now when you see yourself, you are confident. It normally टूटती क्यों है? Because the tools they are using are of old age tools. If they use the advanced tool, nothing will happen to the tile. So this is the beauty of this tool. The other tool is the special nipper, specially for porcelain tile, mosaic, vitrified and other materials. If we have to cut corners, edges of tile fast, accurately and precisely, nipper is the answer. And we have seen 3 tools: rubber hammer, no one is using in India; this manual cutter, no one is using in India; the third tool is special nipper, no one is using in India. We will show you, just have a look. Cut the tile, Rajiv. ऊपर करके, चेतन तुम कर दो. Then we have the shape template. This is very, very amazing tool, I am telling you. This tool enables to transfer difficult, complicated measurement from the job being done to the ceramic tile, and it saves time by 90%. If you see the chalk hut, now when you are laying a tile at chalk hut, the shape is very odd, very complex. So how a tiler will transfer that shape onto the tile? Very, very difficult, next to impossible. Now with this shape template, it's a matter of seconds. You have to just press against any shape and the shape will transfer on this particular tile. And you can mark it, and then once you mark, then you can show the tile. Now this one of the shape we have transferred onto the tile and then cut with the grinder. And the conventional method, it's all approximation. So this shape template is so wonderful. Any shape, anything, you can immediately transfer onto the tile. Hole marker. This is for marking the position of the holes. When we do the wall tile, there are few plumbing points. So this is for marking the holes for tubing and electrical fitting from wall to tile very quickly and accurately. It calculates both quickly and accurately where to place hole in ceramic tile. Once you have the exact marking of the hole, you can cut and fix the tile. Again, the conventional method is the hole approximation. So at times, the hole what a tiler normally cuts doesn't fit, then again the tile gets waste. He again cut another hole in another tile, and that process minimum takes 3 to 4 tiles. So wastage of 3 to 4 tiles just to mark the hole. So with this tool, you can always mark the hole accurately. Sure. Rajiv, कॉलर माइक है, बोलो. कॉलर माइक है ना तुम्हारा, बोलो. ऑन करो.
हेलो हेलो एक मैसन जब टाइल लगाता है तो एक वॉल पे एक पॉइंट ऐसा आता है जिसमें हमें होल निकालना होता है, जहां पे हमारा जो प्लम्बर है वो एक प्लम्बिंग का पॉइंट छोड़ता है जहां पे हमारे टैप लगता है। तो मान लीजिए यहां तक टाइल लगाते हुए मैसन आ गया है, उसके बाद ये हमारा पॉइंट है जहां पे हमने ये पॉइंट टाइल के ऊपर ट्रांसफर करना है, उसके बाद वहां होल निकालना है और नेक्स्ट टाइल इसके ऊपर लगानी है। उसके लिए क्या होता है, मैसन्स के पास कोई इस तरीके का टूल्स नहीं होता, वो मेजरिंग टेप से 2-3 जगह से इसको नापता है, उसके बाद वो होल निकालता है। लेकिन उसके जो होल निकलते हैं वो पूरे राउंड शेप में नहीं आते, वो करीब इस तरीके से निकलते हैं और कई टाइलें वेस्ट होती हैं। उसके बाद एक पॉइंट वो निकालते हैं जो वो भी आउट हो जाता है। तो उसके लिए प्रॉपर जो टूल है उसको हम बोलते हैं होल मार्कर। इस टाइल के इस एज पे इसको हम रखेंगे, उसके बाद जहां भी हमारा पॉइंट है हम इसको मूव करा सकते हैं। मान लीजिए यहां हमारा पॉइंट है, हमने इसको यहां पे रखा है, स्क्रू टाइट किया, ये इस होल मार्कर के अंदर प्रॉपर लोकेशन आ गई, एक तरह से एक मिनी ड्राफ्टर का काम करेगा ये। उसके बाद जो नेक्स्ट टाइल हमने लगानी है उसके ऊपर हमने इसको ऐसे रखा और यहां पे पेंसिल से मार्क कर दिया। उसके बाद इस ड्रिल बिट से हम इसमें होल निकालेंगे, करीब वो होल इस टाइप से निकलेगा। तो ये डिफरेंस है कि बगैर टूल के मैसन कैसा काम करता है और इस टूल के साथ इस तरीके से काम होता है विदाउट वेस्टेज।
So now we'll show you the actual demonstration of how to cut how to make a hole. You can see the demonstration. And again, in most of the sites, the hole what we get on the tile is just we have shown you, very shabby.
ये बिट है, तो आपके सामने आपने देखा कितना कम टाइम लगा एक होल को निकालने में और कितने बढ़िया सफाई के, कितनी फिनिशिंग इसके अंदर है। और जो मैसन हमारे जो निकालते हैं विदाउट इस टूल के, वो कई टाइल्स वेस्ट करते हैं, उसके बाद जो उनका होल निकलता है वो करीब इस टाइप का होता है। तो ये डिफरेंस आपके सामने है कि किस तरीके से मैसन एक प्रॉपर टूल के साथ कैसा काम कर सकता है और विदाउट टूल कैसा काम वो करता है।
Again, this is very, very easy. The way you cut the tile, the same way you can make hole also. This is again one of the tool which you have not shown here. This is for chamfering. When you have to have the 45-degree cut, you can do with this mechanical cutter. The notch trowel, Rajiv, notch trowel. पहले बताओ उसके बारे में।
अभी जो मैसन काम करते हैं उनके पास ये टूल होता है जिसको हम करनी बोलते हैं, इससे वो काम करते हैं, इससे वो मोटार बनाते हैं, उसके बाद टाइल फिक्स करते हैं। इसी टूल के साथ वो सारे काम करते हैं। टाइल को फिक्स करने के लिए ऐसे टैप करते हैं, एडेसिव में अगर टाइल लगा रहे हैं तो इसी टूल को वो यूज करते हैं। एक एडेसिव के बैग पे लिखा होता है कि 30 से 40 स्क्वायर फीट वो एक बैग में कवर करेगा, लेकिन वो मैसन इससे मेजर नहीं कर सकते वो कितना मटेरियल वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, जबकि उसमें हमने लगाना है 6 mm to 10 mm। इससे वो 15 mm लगाते हैं, 20 mm लगाते हैं और 20 स्क्वायर फीट में एक बैग खत्म हो जाता है। तो कवरेज को कैसे हम बढ़ा सकते हैं और प्रॉपर तरीके से कौन सा टूल है जिससे हम काम कर सकते हैं, इसको बोलते हैं नोच ट्रॉवेल।
circling, you just spread. So the thickness is very, somewhere it is 5 mm, 10 mm. So you cannot get the proper bonding or the leveling surface. So this is the, if you want 5 mm, just roll this over, you will get except 5 mm, except this will remove. So this notch trowel is available in various thickness. You want 5 mm, you can use 5 mm notch trowel, 8 mm, 3 mm, 10 mm. Again, this tool is not being used in any of the sites. This is the rule support. You can see we have shown over there also rule support.
ये रूल सपोर्ट है, इसको यूज करते हैं जहां से हम काम स्टार्ट करते हैं। एक मैसन जहां से काम स्टार्ट करता है, मान लीजिए इस फुल हाइट तक इस पे वॉल पे टाइल लगानी है, तो सबसे पहले एक मैसन का काम होता है कि उसकी वो मेजरमेंट लेता है, उसके बाद वो कैलकुलेट करता है कि कितनी लाइंस टाइल के इसके अंदर आएंगी, क्योंकि जो टाइल का साइज है वो डिजाइन के हिसाब से सेलेक्ट हुआ है, वॉल के साइज के हिसाब से नहीं उसको लिया गया है। तो जब वो नापता है तो उसको पता लगता है इसमें 9 टाइल साबुत लाइन, नोड लाइन साबुत टाइल की आएगी, और एक टाइल का हमें टुकड़ा डालना पड़ेगा जिसको 3 इंच भी हो सकता है वो टुकड़ा, 5 इंच भी हो सकता है, 10 इंच का टुकड़ा भी हो सकता है। हाँ, तो जहां से फर्स्ट लाइन हमारी स्टार्ट होती है वहां से मैसन काम को स्टार्ट करता है। मान लीजिए इसका ये पॉइंट हमने लिया, इसके नीचे कटिंग का टुकड़ा आएगा और उसके ऊपर टाइल लगनी स्टार्ट होगी, तो वो जो कटिंग का टुकड़ा होता है वो सबसे लास्ट में लगाया जाता है, पहले पूरी बॉल लगाते हैं। अब मैसन्स के पास जो टूल्स होता है, इस तरीके का कोई टूल नहीं होता, वो क्या करते हैं टाइल का टुकड़ा नीचे सपोर्ट के लिए लगाते हैं या फिर कोई लकड़ी का टुकड़ा लगाते हैं, बाद में लेवलिंग की प्रॉब्लम आती है और काफी टाइम उनका इस काम में वेस्ट होता है, आधे से पौना घंटा उनका वेस्ट होता है, जो मुश्किल से 5 मिनट का काम है। एक पॉइंट हमने यहां सेट किया, इसको बिल्डिंग लेवल बोलते हैं, इसमें हॉरिजॉन्टल वर्टिकल दोनों लेवल हम चेक कर सकते हैं। जब ये बबल सेंटर में आता है तो इसका मतलब ये दोनों पॉइंट हमारे वाटर लेवल के अंदर आ गए, इसके बाद हम यहां से काम स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं। तो जो मुश्किल से 5 मिनट का काम है उसमें टाइम जो वेस्ट हो रहा है मैसन का, आधे से पौना घंटा वो अपना खराब कर रहे हैं।
टाइल भी लिया।
डायमंड शेप में अगर टाइल लगानी है, फ्लोर पे लगाना इजी है, अगर वॉल पे लगानी है तो मैसन के लिए प्रॉब्लम आती है। उसमें हम ये टूल यूज कर सकते हैं जिसपे हम डायमंड शेप में वॉल पे भी टाइल लगा सकते हैं। ये टाइल को सपोर्ट करेगा,
मेजर नहीं करना पड़ता,
इसको बार बार मेजर नहीं करना पड़ेगा, साइड में जो नेक्स्ट टाइल आएगी इसको बार बार मेजर नहीं करना पड़ेगा।
So this is called diagonal tile laying. This we have already shown you. This is the rubber trowel. This is used for grouting purpose. When we fill the grout between the joint, so this tool is required to get the material filled through and through with the proper finish and the adhesion. You have the sure.
इससे ग्राउटिंग का काम होता है। अभी जो मैसन काम करते हैं उसके पास एक लोहे की पत्ती होती है जिससे वो ग्राउटिंग करते हैं। उससे क्या होता है, प्रॉपर जो थिकनेस टाइल की है उतने ज्वाइंट तक उसका ग्राउट इसके अंदर नहीं जाता है, वो बाद में पपड़ी बन के बाहर आ जाता है। इसमें जब हम ग्राउटिंग करेंगे तो प्रॉपर टाइल ग्राउट को इसके अंदर तक जाएगा। ग्राउट जो है इसकी जितनी टाइल की थिकनेस है उतनी थिकनेस तक ग्राउट इसके अंदर जाएगा, जो बाद में क्रैक्स नहीं होगा, उसमें पपड़ी बन के बाहर नहीं आएगा। ये रबड़ का आप देख सकते हैं।
Even we have seen that 50-60% sites, tiler normally apply grout with finger. उसमें फिर finish you cannot get finish, कभी भी नहीं आ सकती। So this is the right tool, rubber trowel. This is a joint scraper. So when you start the grouting, you have to first clean it. It is so narrow, you cannot clean without a proper tool. Now this is the tool. If you cannot clean properly, so whatever you are filling, it will not go inside properly and there would be a bonding issue. So before applying grout, the joint has to be cleaned, and we have the joint scraper. Then we have the different kind of bits. You want 5 mm, 8 mm, 10 mm. You can use various diameters to make the holes. This is the scoring wheel. You have cut the tile beautifully because of this particular wheel, score wheel. So normally this scoring wheel cuts 1.5 kilometer. After that you have to just change this scoring wheel. The body will remain as it is. It's very, very durable. And after that the life is 1.5 running kilometer. Then you have to change it. And for different type of tiles, you have different type of scoring wheels. So the training is getting popular pan-India. Lot of developers like Jindal, Brigade, L&T, Military Engineering Services, Army, BHEL, Amrapali, Ashiana, Ansals. So what they have done, they have made it a compulsory that whosoever gets the job, the contractor, their tiler should get training from us. They should have the certificate, then only they can start the training program. The same we are doing with the DMRC. So this has been the about the tools. If you have any query, question, just keep it with you. During the break, we can discuss that. And now we'll cover the last slide, last presentation about tiles. So normally if you see the tiles, why we use? Because of the protective reason, decorative, hygiene, cleanliness, statuary, strengthening, aesthetic. So normally this is the very interesting slide. If you ask 10 people about tiles, the classification of tile, they will have 10 answers. But this is the exact classification. A tile can only be classified on 4 parameters, and these are the 4 parameters. The one is a tile is classified on the basis of water absorption. How much a tile absorbs water, and this is one of the classification. The other is abrasion resistance of that tile. What is the abrasion resistance? The third is scratch hardness, and the last is load bearing capacity or the strength of the tile. Now this is the classification of water absorption. Now a wall tile absorbs 10 to 18% water. So that is the classification of the wall tile. If somebody asks what is the difference between wall and floor, this is one of the difference. Floor tile absorbs 3 to 6% water. Then we have the porcelain or glazed vitrified. It is very, very popular nowadays. Here the water absorption is 0.08 to 3%, and the polished vitrified is less than 0.08%. It means it is literally impervious. It doesn't allow any water to seep through. So this is the classification, and all the tiles you see in the market broadly into these 4 categories in terms of the water absorption. The second is classification on the basis of abrasion resistance. To calculate the abrasion resistance, we have the process called PEI, Portland Enamel Institute. It has 5 grades, 1 to 5. So the tile, on the tile box, you can always see this tile conforms to which category, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you see the 5, it means 12,000 revolution. If you rub the tile with the stones, all the abrasive materials, it doesn't get affected the surface even after 12,000. So that conforms to PEI 5. But as I said, India is making world-class tiles. We have a technology in which the tile can withstand a revolution of 25,000 and 50,000 also. In Somany, we call this tile as VC tile wheelcraft. And this is the first patent for Indian tile manufacturer which we have got with our brand VC. This is so durable. 50,000 means you can always assume it's lifelong. The third classification is scratch hardness. If you put some scratch, either with the nail or sand or some steel, the tile should withstand that. So here the classification is on Mohs scale, and Mohs scale we all know, it starts from 1, it goes till 10. And if you see the MOH2 means human nails have a Mohs scale of 2. So if you are using wall tile, then the wall tile should have Mohs scale more than 2. So you can see wall tile we have mentioned MOH3. So this is whenever some decision is made for wall tile, we should always be sure it should have the Mohs scale of 3. And if you see the floor, it should be more than 7, because most of the sand, steel nails, they have a, it is MOH, not PI. They have they are on the Mohs scale of 6. So India is having a lot of dust in the weather, so we have to make sure MOH 7 should be on the floor tiles. The last classification is on the basis of the strength. The wall tile is having the minimum strength 15 megapascal, and the floor tile is 30, and the porcelain tile is better than floor tile, normal floor tile, 38 megapascal, and vitrified tile is the strongest one, having strength of 47 megapascal. So these are the 4 classification of tiles. So we can just go through the best tile practices. Curing of tiles before use, it is one of the best practice. I'll just go through the slide. Why tiles to be immersed in water before laying? Tiles have the tendency to absorb water. We have seen the water absorption. So to absorb uniform water and prevent tiles to absorb water from the cement mortar adhesive, it is essential to immerse the tile in water before laying for 5 to 6 hours. Otherwise, this tile will absorb moisture from the cement, and then there will not be proper bonding. Checking of tiles, in each and every box of the tile, there are a lot of informations mentioned. So if a tiler goes through that information very, very carefully, then he knows what sort of problem he might face. What happens normally, 3 stocks have come on different dates, and the tiler mixes all these 3. So there would be shade variation. So he has to segregate on the basis of date, batches, and all those information are printed on the boxes. This you have already seen. One of the best tile practices means the tile has to be cut through appropriate tile cutter. Application of adhesive should be through notch trowel. We have already seen this. And this is one of the method we can always skip. And these are the common mistakes in tile laying. If it is not planned properly, then you will have too many tiles cut. So it's a wastage. Then incorrect tiling base. There are loose tiles. There are cracks on the floor. You are putting tiles. So first fill cracks with appropriate filler. Hammer down any protruding nails. Remove any glue or cement residue with a blade scraper, and thoroughly clean the surface, and then start laying the tiles. Then other problem would be like not reviewing work at regular intervals. This will lead to poorly laid tiles or grout errors that are very difficult to correct. So the solution is inspect your handiwork every 15 minutes. It is easier to rectify mistake before tile or grout has set. Use the wrong adhesive. As I said, if you want to put tile on glass, you cannot put with cement. So the result would be tiles come out, water seepage, cracks. The solution is choose an adhesive suitable for use of area where you are laying tiles. For example, waterproofing for wet areas, flexible adhesive for floors. Excess grout, what would be the result? Overall appearance of tile is spoiled. The solution is use straight edge of grout float. We have seen rubber trowel at a 90-degree angle to scrape off excess. When grout is dry, clean and polished tiles, grouting tile correctly is essential for a quality finish. When you use wrong grout, then result would be water seepage or cracks over time. So you have to use the right type of grout. Miscalculating number of tiles required, you run out of tiles. When you are short of tiles, you go to market, buy some other lot, there would be shade variation. So measure the area very carefully, calculate the number of tiles needed in each pattern or color, allow extra tile for awkward shapes, and then you have to go for the 15% for mistake, cuts and shapes. If you are going with the conventional, with this tool, the wastage would be 1 or 2% only. So because of the time constraint, I will wrap up over here. And we have a lot of topics. As I said, this program is 3 days. So putting it into 1 hour is really very, very difficult. So this is what I thought to be shared with you, and I'm hopeful that you will find it interesting, useful, and if you have any query, question, we are here till the lunch. We can discuss. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Satinder. It was indeed an informative session. Before we go back to our second workshop, we would be taking a short break, tea, coffee break. So I would request you to, just freshen up a little bit. and I believe everybody had a wonderful previous session. We shall continue that particular session after all our other sessions are done, which is around at 5:15. Moving on to our next session, I think you all had a glimpse about it by the AV that was playing, which is the joy of less, being human in the minimum. And for this, I don't think I need to give any introduction. It is by, and you'd all know him very well, it is by Mr. Karan Groher, from Karan Groher and Associates. And I would like everyone to give an applaud when he comes on the stage for the session.
It's great to be here, and I came to see your workshop. I'd like to add that a few years ago, for Century Ply, I did a similar kind of workshop, and I'm going to use some images of that workshop, which what we did was that I took 15 architects to Calcutta, and I went to the Century Ply office and factory, and what my mandate to my friend architects was that we would only take what was on the ground. So we picked up stuff that they were actually throwing away, which is about 30% what comes into the factory, because it is damaged, it has been eaten by moths, it's been eaten by termites, and from the sawdust and what we found on the ground, these were the kind of things that we made. We made 49 veneers and laminates in 2 days, and converted what I called a waste into gold. So I think that with Somany, I want to make a proposal, and this was another idea I had, that we got young designers from all over the world, and these are the kind of products that we were able to make at this factory. So maybe one will talk to Somany if they are willing to carry on this idea which you started this morning, and maybe a group of you who's interested can come together and actually work with us. This is a young architect designer from New York who came and did that incredible screen that you saw. So I'm going to take your permission to extend this idea to Century if you all think it is worth your while, and we can then work together on that. I want to start my presentation to say that whenever you see something beautiful in the landscape, the only one screw up is the building that either you or I have done. We screw up the landscape each and every time we touch it. And therefore, Aldo Leopold has said that the oldest task in human history is to live on a piece of land without spoiling it. There is a lot of talk about climate change and global warming, and the West, particularly the West, denies that it's even happening. But if I show you this slide, sound?
मुझको बाहों में तुम घेरो, समझी ना सेñorita, चाहत के दो पल भी मिल पाए.
This is the only way we can get out of that music. That was the music I had for that Century Ply, because that was the theme song that we played at the factory the whole day. But what I was wanting to say to you is that if you see this image, which I'm going to put on the screen, of this polar bear, there can be no doubt that about the fact that there is something happening, because this guy is trying to find his home, and he's not going to be able to about that problem. So if you look at the world that God gave us, that's what we've done to it. So these images that you see don't surprise you at all. Is somebody on the phone? Can I borrow your phone? Give it to me. No, that call is for me. So that is the kind of image that we see. And this is the image that we don't get disturbed by. And that is all being created by us. And it won't be very far away that is the kind of masks that you and I will have to wear, because that is the kind of pollution that we have created. I want to also say that in the next very short while, I have put together 800... Suno, mister, hello. You can leave the room and talk outside. In the next 800 slides, which you will see in the next 4 minutes, are the kind of things that are going to disappear, thanks to all of us. In the last 1 year, we have lost 100 tigers, 800 elephants, 16,000 species of insects, mammals have disappeared from the earth in the last 9 years. That's the kind of destruction that has taken place. And therefore I want to show you that I made this very short clip about 4 years ago. And since that time, I'm seeing it for the first time with you today. And I find that some of the images that you're going to see have also since then disappeared. So that's to tell you the kind of times that we are living in. That is very important. And this extraordinary image that you see on the screen is a friend of mine, Jane Goodall. She spent the last 40 years in the forests of Gombe looking at and understanding the chimpanzee. And she was following this chimpanzee family for about 9 months when this chimpanzee took out his hand and felt her hair. That's the most beautiful image. This came out in National Geographic. And the man who took this photograph actually married Jane Goodall. But that is what is harmony with the whole. That if I hadn't told you that that hand in that image on the right was a hand of a chimpanzee, you may not have even guessed it. And there he was playing with Jane Goodall's hair. If that is what we've done to the environment, let's look at what we've done at our ice shelves. You know, this is the Wilkins ice shelf. And I remember a picture of it in 2007 and then a picture in 2009. And I was at this World Summit with world leaders, and there was Karzai and Tony Blair and Clinton and everybody. And I remember asking them, that little piece that you see, all this ice in the middle has disappeared. There's that little piece left. And I asked the whole crowd of, I think there were 100 world leaders, I said, how big do you think that is? And no one knew. That little piece disappeared and was 7 times the size of Manhattan. 7 times. 0.07% is the fresh water that exists for mankind, and that is all in ice. And if that ice starts disappearing, we are in trouble. Because the next war will not be fought over oil, it will be fought over water. And continuing this, we said, let's look at other glaciers. And I remember this glacier in Greenland. And you see this, that's that small bit we're looking at. And just to give you an idea, that little piece which broke off was 3 times the size of Hong Kong and 4 times the size of Manhattan. That's the kind of damage that is happening to the ice cap. I also want to say that everything is in this world is intertwined. I remember going to Goa and finding that there was a lot of damage being done on the beaches of Goa. And Indira Gandhi was our Prime Minister, and she was hosting that Nam and Chogam summit in Goa. And she was so horrified that she said, you cannot do anything 500 meters away from the sea edge. That became the coastal CRZ, the coastal regulatory zone. And there was this woman who also heard at 9 o'clock at night that there was a Haveli being torn down in Jaisalmer, took a helicopter, reached the Patwa Haveli at Jaisalmer and stopped it and made Jaisalmer completely a kind of a heritage site which you could not do anything. So this photographer, again National Geographic, took a cube of 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot and placed it in 4 places in French Polynesia. And these are the kind of insects that pass through that 1 foot by 1 foot, that many. And if you look at what happened in South Africa and what happened in Costa Rica and what happened in the Duck River in Tennessee in the USA. So what we are trying to say here is that when one tugs at a single thing in nature, he finds that it is attached to the rest of the world. And I come back to my example of Indira Gandhi, that this plastic on the beaches of Goa, there was an albatross who used to fly to Goa and ate the plastic thinking it was fish. And then this albatross and this group of albatross flew 6,000 miles back home and fed this plastic, which they thought was food, by vomiting it into the mouths of their babies. And these fat babies died 4 months later. And then some woman cut the stomach of this baby and found 22 cigarette lighters in the stomach. Plastic. So, don't tell me that what you do here, for example in Delhi, does not have any effect 3,000 miles away. It does. It's all interconnected. And therefore, there is Atlas in the middle who says, screw it, why should I waste my time? He's the guy who's got the world on his shoulders. And Clinton, of all people, saying that we are linked in so many different ways, we can't get a divorce. So I think that when you as architects, and to be architects, especially all of you young students of architecture, you are going to have to make choices all the time. That's what architecture is about. Choice. And when you make the choice, you've got to ask, is it useful? What is the impact of this choice? How will I dispose of this? And is it beneficial to others? And that is a fantastic last question. Is it beneficial to others? I have come to the conclusion after a 40-year practice that the practice of architecture is actually to change lives, not to make great buildings, not to provide habitation, not to build malls, but to change lives. I promise you, it is really what an architect should be all about. I remember 30 years ago, I went to the National Institute of Design, and there was in your honor, there was a Danish designer, a lady like you, who went to a small village called Javaja in Rajasthan, and the families didn't know what to do, the women didn't know what to do, and she taught them how to make rugs. So these women said to me that, Karan Saab, when will you come and give us some rugs to make? And I said, I promise I'll come. And then for 30 years I didn't get a job which demanded rugs. The other day we got a hotel project. And I told my client, I said, listen, I know what I'm going to do. We need 175 rugs. Let's go to Javaja. He said, what about the design of my hotel? I said, no, the design will come, but let's order these rugs. So I trooped off to Javaja with my client, and we ordered 175 rugs. And the rugs have come. And they've changed the lives of 56 families. That's a wow feeling. I don't know what the hotel is going to look like. I'm not interested. But I feel I've made a difference. And that's what I want all of you to feel, that you have made a difference. So let's take these kids, coming back to this idea. These are the kids born now in Sherborne Hill, where there was that nuclear leak. And not one of the kids is normal. And that is because their mothers and fathers actually were there at that leak. And every one of these kids is deformed. Not one kid. For no fault of their own, no? They had nothing to do with Sherborne Hill. It was our doing. And because we inhaled the toxic fumes of that nuclear leak, there is not one normal kid. At that World Summit where I spoke, I met the President of Mexico. And the President of Mexico had seen a presentation of mine. And she said to me, she said, do you know something? That in Mexico, when the children are asked to paint the sky, they do not use the color blue. I said, I beg your pardon? What color do they use? She said, gray. They haven't seen blue skies. No, that's a wow, yeah. That if a child who paints the sky doesn't paint it blue. And that got me thinking that I love this song of Louis Armstrong, What a Wonderful World. So I'm going to play this song of Louis Armstrong for you. What a wonderful world. But the images that you're going to see are not so wonderful.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. the colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They learn much more than I never knew. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful
must have heard of Charlie Chaplin. He was supposed to be the Joker. He made us laugh. I cannot imagine Charlie Chaplin saying anything serious until I read this 60 years ago. And that's what he said. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we've lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical. Our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. Here was this cartoon, this clown, this joker, and he wrote this profound thing 60 years ago, that more than machinery, we need humanity. And I think this is something else that all of you have to remember, that in your work, in your architecture, there has to be that architecture of humanity. There has to be this architecture which is to change lives. That is your role. Your role is to serve. And I would say that I know your reaction is going to be that what can we do? We are only students in Delhi. What can we do? And I don't agree with you, because this is the mayor of Seoul, and he said he found out that Seoul is very much like Bombay, linear city, and he found out that the main road, let's say from Churchgate to the airport, Santa Cruz in Bombay, that main road was built over a river. And he thought that he must bring this river back, and he did. And just look what this one man could achieve. Every night there are 200,000 people at this river. I was there for 7 days, and every evening when my host asked me what I wanted to do, the only thing I wanted to do was to go back to the river. He could do that. I have another friend who did, just close that door. Isko band karo. Hello. Isko band karo. I have another friend who owned 100 acres of a piece of land, and he was developing it for quarry dust. You know, dust to make roads. Nothing great, not diamonds, no gold. And that's what his land looked like after he had quarried it. And I say to you that I think at some stage he felt bad. So he put a plastic lining and started to collect water. He planted 300,000 trees. Excuse me, आप या तो अंदर जाओ या बाहर चले जाओ. बंद करो. He planted 300,000 trees, and that's what the place looks like today. And therefore I say to you that it is possible for us to give back to the earth more than what we've got from it. It is possible because this is not what he inherited. This is what he made. And I think that that is something that you should remember. All this business about sustainability and green buildings that you have to reduce, you have to recycle, you have to reuse, I think is bunk. I think you have to regenerate. It's not enough to reduce. I think you've got to do this, regenerate. And I think, it's I'm the president of the Association of British Scholars in Baroda, and a very, very small lady, the wife of the UK ambassador, said to me, Karan, let's walk and collect money. So I said, madam, I don't know where you come from, but in India we walk and no one gives us money. So I think it's a stupid idea. She said, which is the most famous walk that you can think of in Gujarat? And I said, the Dandi March. I had no clue where was Dandi. I had no clue how far it was. It was 397 kilometers. And she said, let's walk. And we'll collect money. And we walked. And it took 18 days. And we collected money. And we collected 80 lakhs. 80 lakhs. It was just mind-boggling. We would walk on the street, we would walk on the highway, and this walk went viral. It was on every television. Cars would stop. People would get out of cars. They would do namaste. It was just unbelievable. At Dandi, I turned back to see how many people were following me. If you can see that picture in the middle, it went into the horizon. I think there were 4,000 or 5,000 people who had joined that walk. It was amazing. It was just amazing. That's what you can do. That is architecture. So architecture is not about only building buildings. I want to talk to you about this idea of regenerating. And many people feel that we must have green roofs. That whatever you have built on from the ground and taken away from the earth, you must give it back on the roof. And this is a very famous building in California. And that it's very special because I went onto the roof of this building. And it is quite amazing. There are butterflies, there are birds. And I'm going to share with you a small video of this building.
From the start, the new California Academy of Sciences building has been a giant science experiment, covered with a living roof, a huge expanse of dirt with real plants growing almost as nature intended. The original idea came from groundbreaking architect Renzo Piano.
He spent some time walking around Golden Gate Park, getting a sense for the setting here, looking out at the surrounding topography of San Francisco. And he came back downstairs after spending about an hour up on the roof of the old building. And he had this very iconic now line drawing. It was a green felt tip pen sketch of a rolling roof line.
That sketch launched plans for what may be the most complicated living roof ever built. Curved steel beams were installed to create a rolling hillside effect, like the hills of San Francisco. The building has two giant domes, each 90 feet in diameter. This is the skeleton inside the new high-tech planetarium dome. And this is the start of the Rainforest Dome. The contractor hired a roller coaster company to create the curving ramp inside. The roof is made of 7 different layers, providing everything from insulation to drainage. It's designed to absorb 98% of the rainwater that hits it. There are 9 types of plants, all native to Golden Gate Park, each variety chosen to provide habitat for birds and insects.
The roof may last up to 400 years. These are long-lived plants, resistance and resilience. That's what we're building into the structure and building into the natural landscape.
The plants were grown in biodegradable trays made of coconut husks. In May of 2007, crews finally began placing the trays on the roof. They'll be watered for a few months. Then the plants are supposed to be self-sustaining and enjoyed for generations. Now that the roof is finished, insects have already discovered the flowers, and the plants are growing in as expected. Beyond beauty, there's another benefit.
All that soil, there's 6 inches of soil up on the roof, makes it a great insulator, so we'll use a lot less energy on heating and cooling the building beneath it.
So they made, actually, a barren roof into this extraordinary garden. In Manhattan, there was this abandoned railroad, elevated, single track, and it remained like that for many years, and this is in Lower Manhattan, until one day somebody decided to make it into a park. So you can see the railroad, and it is now this extraordinary park. That's the way you give back. You take something that we have done, and we have done it wrong, and then do it right. And there is no good time to do what is right. Now is the time to do what is right. And any of you and all of you, I'm sure, can do that. It is an attitude. It is the way you define what you're going to do with yourself and what you see in how you're going to produce your architecture. This is another friend of mine, and he has just won the award in the Venice Biennale, Min-Suk Chu from Korea. And he says that if we share more and own less, that means in a tower, instead of owning everything in the tower except the lift well and the staircase block, if we just have smaller areas that we own and more areas that we share, our cities could possibly look like that. And he also says that in all his projects, and this is a project he's done for children, he's always trying to give back greenery more than what he's taken from the ground on what he's built. Yet another friend in South Africa, this is the Kruger National Park. He was given 30,000 hectares of land of the Kruger National Park. And the government of South Africa said, you can do what you like here on one condition, that 20 years from now this hotel has to disappear and no one has to know that this hotel was ever made here. You can charge what you like, and you give us 800 kilometers of dirt track in Kruger with the money you make so that we can look at the animals. And this hotel, which is one of the most beautiful hotels, has about, it ranges from 6 rooms to 12 rooms, costs $1,000 a night to stay in. So you can see the structure on the right. It looks like a nest of birds. Very simple, very extravagant, very beautiful. So if you have to build, you can build without what we call sitting lightly on the earth, reducing your footprint so that you have as less damage as you can on where you build. Yet another friend in South Africa, and this is the other idea, that can you use your architecture to bring mankind together? And this was when Nelson Mandela became the first black president and hosted the FIFA World Cup. He had a white African team, and he was the first black president. And he appointed this white architect and said, build me a stadium. And this architect looked at the pots used by the local people, and that really became the idea of his stadium. And you know the story that how this South Africa actually won the FIFA World Cup that year. And the extraordinary idea of Nelson Mandela to bring white and black people together. Not taking any vengeance on the white people for what they had done to him for all his years of captivity, but to produce an architecture that brought people together. And that is the building as you see it at night. I feel that all architects, like the doctor community and fraternity, must take this oath that first we should do no harm. This is what every doctor has to say before he becomes a doctor. And I think we need it more than doctors, because we do more harm than doctors. And I think it would be a damn good idea if every student said that every day of his college working day, that I will not do any harm. You know, I'm looking at these very beautiful jalis, and very early in our practice, we said that what would be the defining role of our practice? and we looked at the fact that the Indian house and homes and buildings in India were built around a courtyard, unlike the Western architecture which stood in the landscape. That the landscape was contained and was not the container like in the West. That there was an architecture of place. The fact that we used the idea of the screen or the jali to cool passively. So I am saying this became our defining idea. And we used it in all our buildings. And I am embarrassed to show you this picture, that it took me 5 weeks to develop this jali, which won the award for the best building of the year of the Indian Institute of Architects. And the jali which you can see on the right is our jali, and yet, so now mister, hello, who's on the phone here? And yet you look at that woman who is an uneducated woman, or you think she's an uneducated woman, and look at that extraordinary screen she's made. My screen looks like shit. You agree? He's being too polite. He's not saying that. I think my screen looks like shit. So the fact is that this building actually was chosen as one of the 14 buildings for this millennium. And where I stay in Baroda, and where I have spent 30 years of my life trying to make this site a World Heritage Site from the age of 23. And this is the site that I could ultimately make a World Heritage Site for India, and learned all my architecture at this site. And it is here that I want to tell you that the root of all learning is in your past. It is the DNA that you have is your culture. The DNA is your heritage. The heritage is your brand. And tomorrow I will be speaking, and if some of you can come, it'd be great if you can come. I'm talking about heritage as a brand, for branding a new architecture for India. But the Aga Khan and a few of us were interviewed for this.
Each year, over 3 million pilgrims travel to the Kalikamata temple on the summit of Pavagad Hill in the North Indian state of Gujarat. But as they climb up the winding path to the shrine, they're passing through an area that's home to one of the wonders of India's architectural heritage, dating back over 2,000 years. The city was so far off the map that the area was dynamited with impunity for gravel for road building. Local architect Karan Grover led a team determined to see it stopped.
You have the hill which sort of encompasses the city, and you can see those incredible interventions where there was this dynamiting for quarrying, for these mines. There were over 114 mines. It took us about 20 years to get that mining to stop.
The site of Champaner covers 6 square kilometers with over 115 separate structures ranging from mosques to ramparts to granaries to a mint. For his work helping protect the ancient city of Champaner, our heritage hero, Karan Grover. He's been so effective that in 2004, the ancient complex was added to the World Heritage List.
I believe that the architecture of our studio is driven by the buildings that I have seen in Champaner. So I feel that if there is some way that all of you can look at your heritage, and instead of building those nameless, faceless glass and steel buildings, look at what we have. And it's strange that we are trying to copy the West and make inappropriate buildings which don't work in our country. And the West is actually copying us, because that image on your right is a computer rendering of Skidmore, Owings and Merrill, one of the largest firms of architecture in New York. And that is the building that they've done, the Park Hotel in Hyderabad. And if you see those little petals, and that is the jali detail. And they fed it into the computer as to where they wanted a view, where they wanted it opaque, and where they wanted a partial view. And the computer generated that image, which really became the architecture of the building. And as you see, this idea of Jali, and this is Amrish Arora. Somebody's phone is ringing. Oh, throw it away. Who is this idiot? No, this is not mine. This is the one I have stolen. So this we've got to throw in some water somewhere. This girl is going to keep it as far away as I can. It couldn't be mine. Where was I? Amrish Arora, building in this beautiful hotel in Jodhpur, where the Jali actually becomes the architecture of the building. And then you have this lovely background music of this phone ringing, and enjoy it, because the person who is ringing for is not going to get it. I worked for Anil Ambani, and he said, you must remember that I come from a family where I made my money with textiles. So we took a textile and we looked at the waft and the web of a textile and then tried to make it into a screen for his building. So that is what the building could look like. And some of our work, this is a work we did for Min Suk Chu, and I introduced him to the idea of the Jali for a possibility of a hotel which we were trying to do in Pune. Jean Nouvel, who won the Pritzker Prize for the Institute of Arab Studies in Paris, this is the building he won it for. And this is a building of the idea of a Jali, which is made in stainless steel, and it is like the aperture of a camera. If there is less light, the aperture becomes big. If it is more light, the aperture becomes small. So this facade is continuously moving. And it's an extraordinary idea. And I think it is ideas like this that I wish you to look and pursue. It has also subsequently changed his architecture all over the world. I was 23. I think the age many of you are today. And I used to swim for India. And this professor was at the swimming pool, and who was an archaeologist. And he took me to this buried city of Champaner. And after we went there 200-300 times, he said, will you give me 30 years of your life? I thought that was quite easy. It was my life. And I said, yes, I'll give you 30 years of my life. And he said, make it a World Heritage Site. And I will give you my 30 years of work tomorrow. I went tomorrow. He had died the night before. But the one thing he did before he died is he put his 30 years of work in a trunk, in a black trunk, half the size of this table, wrote my name on it, did not have dinner, and went to sleep and died. And that became my mission. So at that time, at the age that you are today, I had a mission. It was not a mission that I chose. It was a mission that I got, if I may use the word. And that was my site. And eventually it gave me great pride that when we won this as a World Heritage Site, I asked the President of India, who had come to inaugurate my green building, which became the greenest building in the world in that year as well. He came and put the World Heritage plaque at Champaner. I've often been called the champ of Champaner, but these are the young stewards of Champaner that I am now training to look after their city. So my message, one of my messages to you is that this was my Champaner. Champa is a flower, and the yellow of the champa is the same color as the Rio light of Champaner, and Nair is city. So Champaner, the city of the Frangipani. So this is my Champa and my Champaner. You all must find out your Champa and your Champaner. And I say something to you. You must decide a goal for yourself. Set an impossible standard and an impossible goal. Because if you set a goal which you can achieve, you'll achieve it, and then you'll get stuck. Then what do you do? Because you've already achieved it. So set a goal which you can't achieve, and then spend the rest of your life trying to achieve that goal. You know, if you invest money, you get progress, but you add culture and investment, you get responsible progress, as Wolfenson of the World Bank and Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum say. And therefore, when I got introduced to LEED, which is Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, which is an American green rating system, and I won the award, the Platinum Award for the greenest building in the world, I had to go and receive the award. And there were 7,000 people who were invited for lunch when I received this award. And I did not want to be rude because I was winning their award, but I didn't want them to feel that they had taught me something new. So I found these pictures, and that's a painting dated 1571, and this is 1654. And all the things that LEED said we should do were in this painting. So I said that, you know, the sad thing is that we forgot our heritage. Thank you for reminding it to me. So I thanked the Americans not for the award, but I thanked the Americans for reminding me what I had forgotten. And that's what I want to remind you of. So that's the building. That is President Kalam who comes to the building. We were able to achieve 88% efficient lighting. 75% of the occupants had outside views. 80% were recycled material. And I found this plaque in the center. I found it in Champaner. And look at the beauty of the plaque. 800 years ago, this plaque says that if you can save the equivalent water of the hoof of a camel in the sand, this is the hoof of a camel, about so much. This hoof in the sand, you will go to heaven. So much water. Not 2 liters of water, not 2.3% of what you think, not a bucket of water. The equivalent of the hoof of a camel in the sand. That's so much water. So look at this, that 800 years ago, when there was certainly no water crisis, that was what the plaque said. And therefore, this is what we did in the building. I also want to tell you as students, if ever you do something new, there are 3 reactions you will pass through, which I passed through for my in Champaner. One is, everyone will tell you that the idea is ridiculous. You're a donkey, gada, buddhu, idiot, fool, tattoo. What a stupid idea. The second is, they will dismiss it as trivial. It's not important here. What's the big deal? No big deal. And then, when you get it, he'll say, but I told you. That's what you should have done, no? So, you're never going to get someone to say, Shabash, great idea, you're a tiger. Not happening. No one is going to say, I love you. Fabulous. They'll call you a kaddu or a tattoo. Then they'll say, no big deal. And then they say, we told you that you should do it. So don't worry, that's what we all go through. Clinton said to me, President Clinton said, you can make a good building, a new building, what about a bad building? Can you retrofit a bad building? So we chose the worst building in Ahmedabad, convinced our client, ABN AMRO, to take their interior, recycle the whole interior, and made it the first platinum interior in the world outside the United States. Having done that, I felt that if I could do it for a new building and for an old building, what about industry? So we went on to make a factory, which then became the greenest factory in the world, and we have just done a factory of a pre-engineered building, which is the first gold-rated pre-engineered building in the world. So the fact I'm trying to get at is that you can do a green building with any building that you want, and ultimately, the idea of the building is, or the idea of our intervention, or the idea of your architecture is to produce this harmony of man and the world, where we live together in harmony. And this is a Jain icon which is 2000 years old, and you can see that man, which is the negative cutout, and the brass plate, which is the world, are in complete harmony with each other. I was asked by the Sultan of Oman that could we help develop an architecture of Oman, and I'm going to run through this. We looked at the forts of Oman, and then he said, do you think we could do a fort hotel? We looked at the hill outside Muscat. We tried to understand thick walls, small openings, how can we build a fort, and ultimately the project would look something like that. We got another beautiful site. We wanted to use the rocks from that site. We then used that as our building material, and yet another area at Musandam where it was very barren, and we wanted to have a very focused, what I call Garden of Paradise. So we did a project where we had the Garden of Paradise in the center. So that was the Garden of Paradise, which then took this form, and it came out of the ground and went back into the ground. The Ministry of Tourism said, can you help us evolve an architecture for our building? We looked at the idea of wind towers, wind coolers, the Garden of Five Senses, and produced a kind of architecture of place. So don't fight forces, use them, as Buckminster Fuller said. I want to talk to you about 10 ideas on building responsibly. This is another word I want to use. I talked about changing lives. I talked about bringing humanity in your work. I'm now going to talk about building responsibly. So one is, you sit lightly on the earth. Some of the pictures that you see is our work. The other idea is with passive design, we were able to cool this building by 11 degrees. And the more you use passive design, as you see in the pyramid on the left, the less you have to use active systems, and the less you use vernacular systems, the more expensive your building becomes. This is a friend's work, Bijoy Jain, you may have heard of him. This is a building he's done in Alibag. This is a school in Bangladesh, done by architects from your country. They won the Aga Khan Award for architecture. 2 students came, worked with mud. This is something that we did for the Minister of the Environment. Here I just want to say, and that's the only reason I'm showing you this building, is that whenever I went abroad, there was a certain arrogance. And the people in the West said, technology has the answer. Now, what is your question? I said, you know, why don't you wait for me to ask my question? They said, we don't want to know your question because we have the answer. Now you can tell us the question. And I wanted to prove that they were wrong. So in this building, we tried to quantify for the first time internationally as to what is the role of passive design in architecture. And so if you look at the energy being that triangle which is coming down, the energy consumed in a building with passive design, we found out that 50% of the reduction of energy in a green building is actually because of design, and the other 50% is because of technology. So the idea of orientation, if your buildings are north-south, you get the north light and the south light. East and west you close. The idea of orienting your buildings north-south, the fact that the sun goes from the east to the west. If you insulate east and west, if you have walls which are insulated, you include courtyards and work with the wind, with these 5 ideas you can do any other building. Very simple, common sense approach. If you look at the idea of slim buildings, you can bounce light about 7 meters. So if your building is about 15 to 18 meters wide, the building can be 100% daylit. Let's look at this room. This room has 200 lights. And we cannot use this room without these 200 lights. There is no way to bring natural light into this room. And we may not really need it if it's not being used for a presentation. So the very fact that slim buildings can also be nice looking buildings, the idea of the Jali I have spoken. This is a new building we're doing for Mr. Tata and Naveen Patnaik, the Chief Minister of Orissa. This is a 500 bedded hospital. As well as I've spoken about this, the fact that we can reduce concrete, the fact of using local materials, zero waste. And this is a new project. We are one of 3 architects building the new Vidhan Sabha for Naya Raipur. So that's the building. And what we are trying to do is to try to reinterpret and re-evaluate and re-understand our vernacular architecture. And this is my understanding. You may not agree with it, but it was an attempt because the architecture in Raipur is a disgrace. They are very nondescript, stupid buildings the government is building, and I just felt that they should go back and relook at buildings. We have plants in India that can clear the grey water and make it usable for landscaping, the idea of efficient daylight, and we are now calculating carbon-free campuses. This is a campus which is going to generate 3,000 tons of carbon during the construction, and we've convinced the client that if we have a forest of 23.6 acres, this carbon can be offsetted. So, I want you to know that in 2030, till 2030, we are going to build a new Chicago every year. That's huge. I want to tell you that 68 cities will have a greater population than 1 million, 2 times that of Europe. That's wow. And you guys are going to be the guys who are going to build it. And therefore, you guys have to be careful. And therefore, one idea is, and these are 6 ideas, should we make it fashionable, or how do we make green fashionable? How do we make green the new black? Can we build more with less? Is it possible to re-understand our green heritage? We must work in a community. We must collaborate with people. It is responsible change that we are looking at, and that we must crusade without a pause. I think these things are the things we must do. I also feel that you must not be arrogant. I think that we have in this room today people from other cultures, and I respect them, and I want them to know that we respect what they are doing in their own fields, in their own countries, and we have to also learn from them. So do not be arrogant, because the West was arrogant. They said they had nothing to learn from us, and today they are discovering that we have a surfeit of ancient wisdom, which they don't have, because they're only 250 years old. And therefore I told you right in the beginning that your work is to discover your work, and then with all your heart to give yourself with it. So this is what I was talking. You can take the phone, actually. Okay, you were just putting it off. Well done, thank you. Now I can take it home quietly. A friend of mine, Rahul, talks about basic architecture being economical. If you can make it contextual, it's great. If you can promote social interaction, wow. But the most fantastic architecture is if it can be timeless. That is the Shabash architecture. So that is what you guys have got to do. Not contextual, not economical, not to promote social interaction, but to make it timeless. And I'm going to show you a little video clip of I was the nominator for the Aga Khan Award for Architecture, and convinced the Aga Khan to have this Aga Khan Award for Architecture in India. And we were at this garden in India when I'm now at 1 hour. I'm going to run 5 minutes into your time. Into whose time? Your time. 5 minutes. We were in this fantastic garden in Nizamuddin, and we are all brown, as in brown skinned. And this young black boy went to every table and asked if he could sit. And you know, Indians are very color conscious. We think we are whiter and fairer than you are. So everybody said no. And then he came to my table, which is the head table, and said, "Can I sit on your table?" And I said, "Sure, sit. Sit next to me." He won the Aga Khan Award for Architecture. He was the winner. And when he got up, he spoke in flawless English. And then he got stuck for a word, and he said, "You know, I grew up in Africa, and it was a French colony. Can I finish the rest of my speech in French?" Spoke flawless French, and got stuck for another word. He said, "I studied architecture in Germany. Can I just finish the rest of my speech in German?" Spoke flawless German. And then he said, "You know, my dad is in the audience, and he doesn't understand French, English, or German. Can I speak in African? And he's finished in African. And what he did was, he built a school of 3 rooms. And he saved $50,000, collected $50,000. And he built the school and won the Aga Khan Award for architecture. But more extraordinary was that his grandparents said to him, we want to go back to school. So his grandparents went back to his school.
I would like to show you how architecture has helped to change the life of my community and have opened opportunities to hope. I am a native of Burkina Faso. According to the World Bank, Burkina Faso is one of the poorest countries in the world. But what does it look like to grow up in a place like that? I am an example of that. I was born in a little village called Gando. In Gando, there was no electricity, no access to clean drinking water, and no school. But my father wanted me to learn how to read and write. For this reason, I have to leave my family when I was 7 and to stay in a city far away from my village with no contact to my family. In this place, I sat in a class like that with more than 150 other kids, and for 6 years. And this time, it just happened to me to come to school to realize that my classmate was died. Today, not so much has changed. There is still no electricity in my village. People still die in Burkina Faso. And access to clean drinking water is still a big problem. I had a luck. I was lucky. Because this is fact of life when you grow up in a place like that. But I was lucky. I had a scholarship. I could go to Germany to study. So now, I suppose I don't need to explain to you how great a privilege it is for me to be standing before you today. From Gando, my home village in Burkina Faso, to Berlin in Germany to become an architect is a big step. So, but what you do with this privilege? Since as a student, I wanted to open up better opportunities to other kids in Gando. I just wanted to use my skills and build a school. But how do you do when you're still a student and you don't have money? Oh yes, I started to make drawings and ask for money. Fundraising was not an easy task. I even asked my classmate to spend less money on coffee and cigarette, but to sponsor my school project. You will wonder, 2 years later, I was able to collect $50,000. When I came home to Gando to bring the good news, my people was over the moon. But when they realized that I was planning to use clay, they were shocked. A clay building is not able to stay in a rainy season. And Francis wants us to use it and build a school. Is this the reason why he spent so much time in Europe studying instead of working on the field with us? My people build all the time with clay, but they don't see any innovation with man. So I had to convince everybody. I started to speak with the community, and I could convince everybody, and we could start to work. And the women, the men, everybody from the village was part of this building process. I was allowed to use even traditional techniques. So clay floor, for example, the young man comes and say like that, beating. Hours for hours, and then their mother comes, and they beat in this position for hours, giving water and beating, and then the polisher comes. They start polishing it with a stone for hours, and then you have this result, very fine, like a baby bottom. It's now Photoshop. This is the school built with the community. The walls are totally made out of compressed clay blocks from Gambia.
So that was the school, very beautiful building. Very quickly, the green technology for the future, floating cities, small footprints, sustainable. Can we all live together in a place where there is no public transport and it's limited, that you work and you live and you have your recreation in the same area? Can we build floating cities? Is it possible that 500,000 people habited floating city? Is it possible to look at walking paths up skyscrapers? Can we make farms in tall buildings like they're doing in Abu Dhabi? Is it possible to have a form of a building which generates thermal cooling and rainwater harvesting? Is it possible to include turbines in a building to produce energy? Can this building actually move and complete a revolution every 90 minutes? And in so doing, between each floor, there is a turbine which generates electricity. Is it possible for the skin of a building to be like nanotechnology and generate energy? These are the kind of things that are happening in the world. I was very moved when I heard Michael Caine talk about this incredible poetry which he reads. I say to you that that is what architecture is all about, even though he doesn't mention a word of architecture.
If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truths you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and, which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
This is one of the most beautiful words of advice given by a father to a son. But I say that I treat it in the same vein to give it to you. And so therefore, this is the last slide, and you asked me why I talked about being a human in the minimum. It occurred to the Buddha that any enlightened individual must return to nature and society and work for reducing pain and suffering of fellow human beings and of nature. These virtues included principles of care and concern, of nurture and nourishing, of healing the hurt and compassion for everything and everyone. The Buddha brought this profoundly radical realization back to the people. He walked from village to village for more than 40 years, explaining in the simplest language that neither pain for the self is to be avoided, nor is it to be caused to another. The total denial of the self and the ego, and the total acceptance of the responsibility to relieve the world of its pain are the essence of stewardship. To be able to empty oneself out, to forget oneself, so that one never fails to remember that the continued existence of our planet is far more important than any partisan triumph for any of us, and that its selfless nurture is our responsibility. And I'm going to end with this, that it is your responsibility. So when you build responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grover, for that wonderful and insightful session. Moving on to our next session, which is on shaping your future architect as an entrepreneur. I would like to invite Javier Quintana, Director, IDOM UK, former Dean, IE School of Architecture.
सर कैसे बात करें, यहाँ से करें? ये नहीं निकालना तो वो कहाँ से करेंगे? You want to speak from here, right?
Yeah, I'll speak from there, but I will move a bit.
This is your laptop?
This is my laptop.
Ah, okay. Good. Laptop. You help me with this.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Yes? No? No. Okay. No, it's fine. I prefer it to be like this. Well, thanks to... Can you hear me now? Yes. All right. Thank you. Thanks to the Economic Times for the opportunity to be here. I've been having a great time thinking and sharing the program of this event. And, well, I thought it was very well put because you as students were going to have the chance in just one day to have different approaches from technical, inspirational, design, even philosophical. I found it extremely interesting, some of the messages that Karen has put on top of the table. Thank you very much for that. What I'm trying to do here is to put another little piece, another brick in the wall of your, could be this very, very intense day. And not that I'm forgetting about design, not that I'm forgetting about philosophy, not forgetting about all the things that are really important in architecture. But I'm going to focus on something that the people from the Economic Times is very concerned, which is this side of being an architect that really is the one that makes you responsible for a company or an entity that is able to, a professional entity that is able to produce buildings or any kind of design. In other words, I'm here to talk about some of the things that you have heard about the entrepreneurial implications of that, the business implications of that. Business understood, not money, but the responsibility of creating something in which you will work, you will die for, because probably it will be your company, and something that will be capable to transform parts of your society, to send messages, to create buildings, to interact with other professionals. At the end, as I said, being an architect is also becoming an entrepreneur. And that is very much forgotten in our education. You're all involved at this point in different institutions in the process of becoming an architect. And I bet that no one has ever told you that by the time you finish, the first things that you will have to do probably don't have much to do with design, which is to think about your company, how is this going to happen, what do you want it to be. Well, I'm going to discuss about those things, not forgetting that the important thing in architecture is the design and your responsibility as transformers of space and giving some of these things to society. As I said, I'm going to dig in something that is the entrepreneurial side of the architect. I like this image because I see you at this point somewhere here, in the small fish tank. And sooner or later, you will have to jump somewhere else. You will have to jump to another school because you're doing a master program, or you will have to jump to another country because for whichever reason you want to move there, or another city, meaning that you're always in a place, and from there you will have to jump somewhere else. And when you jump there, you will find another world. And in that world, things will be new. You'll probably find yourself alone. You will have to get new skills. You will have to somehow start being a bit different. Life is a bit about jumps between fish tanks. And the first jump that you will have to address is the one that is going to happen in the next 5 years. If I have something in mind that I was told when I was about to graduate from school by my mentor, I went to him and said, listen, there's so many things that I could do, but I don't even know how to start. And, well, he said, why don't you think where you want to be in 5 years from now? And that's the way I've been acting in my life, always thinking 5 years ahead of me. And that helped me so much to make decisions. So in a way, if I could inspire you a little bit of, today that the next 5 years are important in your life, that you have a role in how things are going to happen, and that you are actually the ones making things happen, and that if you believe that you have to be active about it, as I said, in this great sentence, you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. If you are really a person that believe in yourself, that you become an entrepreneur about yourself, you start creating a strategy about yourself, well, that is part of being a student, and then it will be a part of being an architect. And from my point of view, it's something that has to be done now, from now. I am Javier Quintana. I am an architect. I've been an architect for so many years now, I can't even think about. I've been always happy being an architect. I have different responsibilities at this point, and I guess this is the reason why I'm here. I'm a professional working for a company, a Spanish company called IDOM, that is a Spanish engineering and architecture company. I'm also an educator. I've been in practice for many, many years, but in parallel, I've always tried to devote some time to be in touch with young people. And that's what I've been doing in different countries, including yours. IDOM is a company that is based in Spain that is doing from architecture through infrastructure, energy, consulting. It's one of these, let's say, big companies that have, evolved during the last 2 decades in the world, and that is now spreading different, let's say, seeds around the world in different countries. One of them being India, and one of them being here in Delhi. I want to express this because I am, at this point, an architect that is involved within a much larger organization. And the kind of architect that I'm doing is related to situations that usually, a bit like Karen mentioned, you're drawn into places where the way of being an architect is not the standard. My company, for example, is managing the high security of some of the sites in Egypt. But out of that, we were asked, the architects of that company, to rethink about the interior designs of the tomb. So at this point, we're doing interior design for a client that is of Egypt, that probably he's sleeping and he will never realize. But that's the kind of work, for example, that we do in our company. Or the company is doing the largest telescopes in the world from Hawaii to Chile, some of them being as large as football fields. The architects there were trying to make that the architecture side of that, it's something with space interest. The company is dealing with advanced technology, and the company, probably you know about this building, was created, the division of architects, out of the building of the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao. IDOM is based in Bilbao, and it was an engineering company that when the decision of building such iconic building, almost 20 years now, got the commission to hire architects to make the design of an American architect be real in the streets of Bilbao. That building became a world icon. But for us in IDOM, it became the seed of creating an architecture division within that larger organization. We deal with, as I said, innovation related with technology. This is a facility for Formula One team in Spain. We do large-scale venues like football fields, but we go also into smaller scale, like this building, also awarded by its lead characteristics. And as I said, we're building, starting to build in different places of the world, including India. At the same time, I've been sharing this responsibility until last Christmas as the Dean of the School of Architecture in Madrid, with activity also in the UK. And as I said, it's an institution that is very much focused in business, and that's why I'm here. 45 years old institution with 80 nationalities on campus, rated by the Financial Times at #1 in MBAs, but also as the most entrepreneurial institution in what becomes short programs for young entrepreneurs. The architecture division of that school was created with the mission of teaching students being entrepreneurs besides designers. In a way, what we were asked by this institution was to teach people in a way that architecture would not be just about architecture, but about what is happening outside. Not being a school that just thinks about architects, but what is beyond architecture. And as I said, not only concerned about design, about innovation, but the implications of management. The implication of that layer of you that will be very much necessary when you have to start your own company. So our DNA, as I said, is the one of entrepreneurs. We have in our institution what we call the IE module that help us, to teach people how to present, how to negotiate, how to work in teams, and all those things that happen in real life that usually are not taught at the School of Architecture, that you have to learn if you have it or not. But we've always thought that if we could have, given a little bit of, new skills to our students, those things would be much easier. We're trying, therefore, to fill some gaps in education. And the way we're doing this is putting, our people in contact with different organizations all around the world, making sure that our students have professional experience also by the time they finish. And that's a way, as I said, while you study, you have a sense of what is becoming a professional, to what is becoming an architect. So even that you have the chance to influence the more or less professional approach that you could have to your studies. That is up to you to decide if you want to be really immersed in what is designed within academy or to connect that more into the professional world. As I said, that is up to you to decide. But what I'm telling you is that when you finish, the world of the architect is not only about design, it's about many other things that if they are run properly will make design stand out and much easier to manage. I have a friend who says that the better you run your company, the more time to design. And the more time to design, the more quality of the office. So the more quality of the office, the more work. Think about that. So our role is really to try to make offices that are reliable, that they don't have to close. I don't know if you know that every year in the Western world, almost 20% of the companies, they close, architectural companies. If we were told that because of the education that we would get, these things would not happen, I would be very, very helpful. So in a way that we're trying is to combine the skills of the designers with the ones of the management. But those are within the same people, within this person. So you have to be more than one designer, as I will explain later. Our target also as a school has been something that we have found that is something from my point of view, or from our point of view, very concerning, which is that when you go through life, you always have, let's say, the largest options for education at the age where you are. But as you go further up, those choices for education will start to diminish. It's like a pyramid. It's like first, bachelor's, you will have, you spoke about 300 schools of architecture in this country. But then you move on to the master's because you're a little bit older, and then the options are much lower. And then you become a professional. Who teaches you when you're a professional? Because when you're a professional, it's a real thing. And you pretend to be for the rest of your life without learning. I mean, you have to learn every day. So there's many ways, life as a learning process. But also what we think is that it should be good, that that kind of pyramid is inverted. In our school, we've been trying to put more emphasis on the kind of programs that people will have to, or will need when they become professionals. Some of them dealing with the entrepreneurial sides of being an architect. 1. The architect as entrepreneur. Paradox, entrepreneurs, but business illiterates. Do you know that in every single publication, architects show up as one of the most interesting entrepreneurs? But at the same time, as you know probably, no one has ever gone a single hour of education in the things that are related to entrepreneurship. I think that's a miracle. I actually think that the way we run our companies, it's a miracle that we are successful. I think it's because part of our talent from design is kind of diverted somehow into the things that the other layers that make a company work. But that should be easier. Because my concern is that if we don't have that under control, then the quality of design will diminish. So As opposed to what usually happens, that we are architects and we don't deal with design. You know, we don't deal with business. We don't deal with management. That's for other people. That's the people with the tie. That's the people with the suits. That's for the ones that are working in banks. No. I mean, if we can control those things, we will make sure that our designs stand out better because we had more time for that. There will be, better buildings because they are finished with more time. They will be budgeted more properly, so the client will be much more happy, etc., etc., etc. So that image that I used before, but because, will not happen because you will become a successful company. I like to think about the architects, about, like people that we have a lot of potentials, that we get education and we have skills that allow us to go in many directions. But at the same time, I have a bit like this concern that we are all a bit like starfish. That we have all that, but the starfish, they are very passive. So that we are not really using. And only the ones that are very good in presenting or very good in, negotiating with the client or selling a message are the ones that are, the ones that really moving. I prefer, even if it's a beautiful metaphor, the one of a person with all those potentials, I prefer to think of us, or I would like to think that the future of the architect is more the one of the octopus, that still have all those directions, but it's more movable, that it's, fluid, that it has to escape from one place to the other, has the capacity to do that. Maybe it's a bit uglier, but I really think that's, more or less what we will have to be in the future. Starfish that have changed into octopus, that will be able to make decisions, to move from one place to the other, to make sure that every branch of us is adapted to what the context, society, clients, budget, design, etc., technique, really deserves. And that will put us most of the times, as you will see, against the floor, because society, professional associations, clients, is a bit of what you were saying. When you try to innovate, you will get what Karen mentioned. Probably no respect for that, because when you finally manage to do something that is brilliant, well, they say, well, it was obvious, no? It's, life as an architect, life as an entrepreneur is tough, but it's really the life that you're choosing, and it's a beautiful life. 2, as I said, good design is not enough. For many years, I lived in a world, and I've been educated in places like institutions where we've been talking about in London, where if you are not a designer, if you don't make your life only about design, you'll not be successful. I don't believe in that. I think that design is crucial. It is the spine. But we need other skills. We need, for example, to be a strategist. I'm sorry, I'm referring to a conversation that I just had, but it's important. When you said that, you were 23 years old when you started that, I think you were building your strategy for the rest of your life when you started, dealing with the World Heritage Site. And maybe you never wrote a strategy, but that was a strategy of life. I think that the architect has to be also a manager of his own life and a manager of a company that is creating. An architect has to be able to engage people. Don't think that you're going to be taught on that, but be sure that it's crucial, because at the end, you're defending your projects in front of the clients. And if you've spent, millions of hours in a design, and when you're standing in front of the client, and you don't find the right words to transmit what you have in your head that can help the client to start dreaming with you about what you're doing, you're out. Because someone else will come with those skills. And what I'm trying to say is that being an architect is a bit more just about the design. is the way you tell about the design, the way you market yourself. I think in the world of architecture, you have brilliant cases of marketeers that I will discuss later. We have also to do with technology. We live in a world where, energy concern is absolutely crucial. We have to deal with that. Communication is crucial. The technology about how we produce the buildings, it's important. The technology might be low-tech or high-tech. That depends where you are. That depends where is the right solution. But technology, it's important. And of course, finance is important. One of the things that might happen to you in your life is that you will have to ask money to do whatever you want to do. So you have to really make that kind of thinking. Who I am, what I want to do, what my company should do, how much money do I need? Those kind of things probably are not taught where you are. But be sure that it's something that you will be facing sooner or later. And of course, you also have to know a little about legal. Boring stuff. Really boring stuff. But it happens that every time that you deal with a building, you have to sign a contract. Please watch out what you're signing. 3. There are different ways of being an architect. I think when you are at school, you start interacting with people, you start finding your idols, you start being interested about this way or this other way of doing architecture, or these buildings are the ones you like as opposed to others. I would like to spend some time in analyzing those people, not from the building point of view or the design point of view, but more about their entrepreneurial capacity. Because at the end, from my point of view, that has become as relevant as their designs. The typical one, I cannot lie, is the star architect. The people that, as Norman Foster, they branded themselves even more than their buildings. To the point that people are able to pay £1 million just to have Norman Foster involved in one of his projects. So it's not only that you commission one building to Foster & Partners. If you want him personally to touch the paper and the drawing, pay £1 million. That's a part of the contract that Foster & Partners has. And people pay for that. How come? Well, he's been a master of doing that. Whether you agree or not, that's another thing. But what I know is that, as you probably, I don't know if you've seen his biography, he comes from a very, very, very low middle class family. He had a scholarship. He was able to get education first in London, then at Yale. At Yale he met Rogers, and then from there they came back to the UK, started a company that was constantly on the verge of not nervous breakdown, but financial breakdown. And, well, he dreamt always with a kind of architecture that would go beyond architecture, that would be large scale and dealing with engineering. And he did. And I always like to put this work of Foster & Partners, because it's not the usual one. It's not the skyscrapers, but I just love that an architect is able to build these things, because they have an impact on the landscape. They go beyond what is architecture. And I think what he's been trying to do with the kind of work, besides, as I said, the design of his buildings. So, if I had to summarize what are the real concepts behind the company of Foster & Partners, I think they're about branding and about being very professional to deliver on time and on budget. And he's been great at that. Another type of architect, the non-architect, which is spreading out in the landscape or the professional landscape in the world. I don't know if you're aware who is Thomas Heatherwick, and I'm aware that I'm bringing maybe 2 Western examples, but this is a very relevant model of architect that is happening at this point, which are people who are not architects that are incredibly interesting. And that they've managed to interact with all of architecture. He's the one, for example, who designed the torch of the Olympic Games, the last Olympic Games in London. A beautiful piece. I don't know if you remember, if you had the opportunity to see that. Or someone who designed the UK pavilion in the last Shanghai World Exhibition. That is all based in fiber optics. Space created through technology. I'm not going into that, but what I'm trying to, as I said, it's important that there's people that bring in a different approach rather than the architect itself is becoming a successful type of firm of architecture. Whether we like it or not, that's another thing. But this is what is happening. And in this case, I think that the key words would be that they are operating beyond their limits, and they always come with the unexpected because they are not architects, and they are interacting. Then there comes the younger generation, the teen. And of course, at least in my world, that let's say the protagonist of this has been Bjarke Ingels from Bjarke Ingels Group, big, a Danish firm that now with locations in both Copenhagen and New York, that have become people that with a fresh message that probably maybe is not exactly different from the ones, but with an attitude was different, with not, let's say, they've jumped all the conventions of what the professional world is. They've broke with so many rules, but with talent, that they have become real entrepreneurs. And someone who is in his not even mid-30s at this point is running a company with over 200 people overall between Copenhagen and New York. I like also to see, because what he does is really give it a twist to things. This is a project that he won. This is a competition, not built, unfortunately, but this is an industrial site. It's a thermic power plant, that he transformed into a ski slope, just using let's say, recycling possibility of energy out of the thermical plant into subtracting the energy, and that, putting that building into a cool mode that end up producing snow. This is in the center, well, not exactly in the center of Copenhagen, and allowing people to use it in a different way. That's a twist. Another example, I put, you don't mind, us, mine, IDOM. We're a group of people with no name. We're even behind the scene. We are someone, as I said, within a larger context. If you cannot name anybody. And I think there's quite a few firms doing that. Maybe some of them are named under Skidmore and Merrill. Many, we are like in that backstage. But it's another model. And we're called ACXT inside IDOM. But as I said, it's the architecture of the anonymous, people trying to improve what others have been doing in the world of engineering and adding different layers to that. Example that I mentioned before. And if I had to summarize the kind of work that we are facing, is that we're always dealing with cross-disciplinary, dealing with other type of professionals, and always in a very large and complex type of projects. Another type of professional involved in this, Ai Weiwei. I like to call him much more because, he works in collaboration with architects, and I've seen him always sitting down in front of them, just listening to what the architect wants to do. And then, he's an artist that interacts with space, urban space. And I think he's always very successful. He's brilliant. Sorry. And he, well, becomes, you know, the one that transforms a site with something probably also unexpected, and that makes architecture even something more sublime. So in a way, he's the perfect complement, and he adds his geniusity to the world of architectural design. Other type of work, some of them will sooner or later, if you're not already in there, small companies that are networking between them, you are people, I mean, you're a generation that are constantly connected. This will happen to you also during your professional life. I've seen so many, let's say, clusters of small companies. I come from a country where at this point, well, we've been for the last 6 years in a real crisis where there's no work for anybody. So people have associated the small companies in larger clusters of companies. So in a way that if one of the company gets a job, that is spread out to the others. It's a way to help each other. Another way of being networking is what it's called the Rural Studio. That I don't know if you're aware of that. It's a set of universities that have professionals and students working in rural settings, you know, improving some of the problems the American suburbia has. This was created in Auburn University and has become very successful throughout many colleges in the States. This could be one of the work that they're doing. They are collective and they are academic. It's a different way of being architect. It's not the conventional group of architects. Finally, and I think I really wanted to bring an not because I think it's the best, but it certainly is a different way. And I wanted to bring an Indian example here, which is the one of Karan's friend. And well, it seems that the way they've been able to do things, recovering heritage, but updating it without forgetting what's craftsmanship, I think is brilliant. And when one visits, you know, their buildings, you can feel that, of course, it's all about design. But what is behind that, there is a concept of someone that maybe it didn't shape it as a business concept, but it's become the brand of the company. And Studio Mumbai at this point is a real company. So think about these things. Think about these other sides of design. And again, I insist and underline, it's not that design is not important. It's that it's not enough sometimes. 4, how to create a company. This is what I was really told. There's so many ways to do that. And of course, in the time I have, I cannot really tell you about that. But at least I can give you some hints, because you will have to go through this conscious or unconsciously. Even if you work for others, you will be involved in another type, in a larger structure, and there will be, you know, this kind of considerations will be happening. And I think the deeper you get in this type of reflection, the more successful you will be. First of all, why do you want to do what you want to do? I think at this point, in the same way, you know, the schools of architecture are multiplying all over the world, I think the way of being an architect is too much the same. If we go back to the metaphor of the starfish and the octopus, for me it's difficult to think that there's only a way of being architects. That is just the one that has its company that design buildings and then they build. Okay, we know that that's the... There's got to be other ways. There's got to be, I know there are needs that should be, you know, resolved. Needs for the architects. So, from my point of view, one of the first things, if you have the chance, is to really think, if you want to contribute with society, is to think of what is needed. You have that message here? Did you ask yourself about that? Because depending what is needed, or the kind of gap or void that you identify, that you want to fill, then your company will be different. So when thinking about making a company, you first, or one of the things that are first from my point of view, is to think about the what. What the hell do I do? And why I'm going to do it? So either fill the gap or create the need because you have a special concern about something. And once you do that, really make sure that your idea stands out of the crowd. Because as I said, the ocean of a standard way of being architect is there, that if you don't make an extra effort in trying to innovate and to spread that message, well, it's very difficult to be successful there because the wave will put you back into the mainstream, which might be fine, but that many times kills innovation. So I said the what is crucial. You need an idea. If you don't have the idea, if you have identified a need, but you don't have an idea how to resolve it, that's bad. So, and that's not easy. But I strongly recommend, to see how the most interesting practices, which are not the most successful, there's always an idea behind. I believe in the world of ideas. I believe in architecture that is driven by ideas. I believe in a life that is driven by ideas. When I'm really pushing here for the more business, more entrepreneurial side of the architect, you need the ideological building in your mind, to be able to perform and to have a strategy in place. For example, do you want to, as architects, or do you want to serve the architects? It's very much known at this point that architects have so many needs that are not able to be provided. From, companies that want to go abroad, or companies that need to make a big transformation in their technology, there's so many things that at this point are served by companies that are not run by architects, that it would be so good that some architects would be involved, thinking, I am going to help the architects. That my client, instead of being the final client, is the architect. And as I said, the same standout from the crowd, try to contribute. Not for just the heck of being different. It's just to contribute with something that is positive, with something that is needed, that's something that will allow you to go forward. How to do it? Well, here the gurus, as I said, I teach in a school of architecture that is within a larger organization, which is a business school. There's only one word, which is business plan, business plan, business plan. I don't know if you know what's a business plan, but a business plan at the end is a plan. And that has implication, that has and I want to do this, I want to do this in a time, and I will need these people, and probably I will need this money. And I want to do this in this framework of either context or finance. You need a business plan. Call it the way you want. But not just start acting. Be a bit strategist. There's people that, have all this inside. They are born with that. It's it's a fact that the ones that are probably the most relevant entrepreneurs or business people in the world, they have not gone through a proper education system. But, the statistics says that the rest of us are normal people. So we will probably need a bit of that. You need that type of structure. You need that type of thinking, reflecting, before doing, thinking, what are you supposed to do? And then think something that for me is very important. You need to know with who are you going to do this. Are you going to be alone? You want to create a group? Are you going to be with your girlfriend or boyfriend? Are you going to be with your father because your father has a company? That's a crucial decision. Because out of that, you're defining the people that will be standing right next to you for the rest of your life. So think about that. Because, for example, in my case, I chose very recently to be in a company that the ones standing up right next to me are not architects. Because I've been designing for so many years as an architect, and that's fine, but I wanted something different. And when doing that, if you need to, create a company, you need to seduce the people to come with you. Engage them through the seduction. Talk to them about your ideas. And be able to create a team. You really need to share your work, to share what you're doing in order to, be successful in what you want to do. And of course, timing is crucial. Probably time has become the issue, but I keep thinking that is not the most relevant thing. The things that are not on time because the world is constantly pressured, you really have to find your own timing. Even the world is about, doing things faster and faster. Finally, as I said, think about who will be your client. Think about the people that will benefit from your work. Maybe even start from there. I think the Burkina Faso example was great because it's very clear that that's an architect that is not thinking about design as the first thing. He's thinking about resolving a problem that he had to go through, which was, I didn't have a proper place to have an education. So my client, in fact, is myself when I was 5-year-old. So I want to, my clients to be those 5-year-olds. I'm going to fight for them. And that becomes a whole thread, to start creating something, an attitude. And he has become, I think he's the perfect marketeer. I think Karen explained it perfectly. That's quite an entrepreneurial. The guy that is able to present like that in Berlin, to put the audience literally on his knees, to give them the values that are, to make them understand the values that are behind and the effort. I have a final reflection for this, which is, I don't know what's the average age here. Probably it will be around 21, something like this, 20. I don't have the data of exactly where you are, which year. But if I have learned something, through life, I haven't read anything, but I think many of my friends and many of my mates, professional mates, know about, is that you're always in a situation like this, in your life, which is you want to be in solid grounds, but you like the beauty around, and you're surrounded by people that are more or less like you, the same situation, more or less. But of course, that situation is valid for a time. And some of you, or some of them, some of the ones around you, might want to move from there and lose that solid ground because they want to move into the future, because they want to create a company, because they want to move countries, because whatever. So that stability, it's shaken somehow. And the statistic says that the ones that are able to give that step are really the less in terms of amount. But I don't know, I'm 50 years old now, And when I see the people that I admire, I must say that most of them, I think they are people that they didn't care about the solid ground, that they took risks. And when they took risks because they jumped into the void, they found themselves in another situation that allowed themselves to think in a different way. They freed themselves from all the constraints of what's reality that is constantly surround you, and were able to create something that it was better, maybe a company, maybe a building, maybe a design, because they decided to take risks. I like that kind of image to finish this lecture, because if anything, I think that, stepping into the unknown, stepping into what you don't know is one of the things that you're going to have to do as soon as you graduate. And I wish you the best of luck in that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Javier. Moving on to our final session, which is the first approach on starting a project by Yasser Abunazar, Managing Director, Co-founder, Whitespace, and Francisco Anzalin, Designer, Architect, Co-founder, Whitespace.
Hello? Okay. So, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting us in this convention. We are very happy to stay here. And we would like today to do something very simple, just 10-15 minutes, but something very interesting because so you are a student now, you are going to enter inside the job. And we think that for an architect, it's very important to understand how start the process, how born the project in the beginning. No? When the client call you and say, okay, I want to do something, what we can do, from where we can start. So now,
okay, hello everybody. It's like, our presentation is a little bit simple. We're not gonna complicate it after we saw that two very nice presentations here. First of all, we're gonna speak about how to approach the project. We'll give you a little bit of idea about Whitespace Architects, which is the firm we created 4 years ago. In Whitespace, we're very much into research, into when we get the new project, each project for us is it's an important thing. We do a lot of research and a lot of work to come to a project. But the way we work with, we call it programmatic alchemy. What is programmatic alchemy and why programmatic alchemy? Because we look to all the components that might affect our projects. How to put it together, and then by the end we arrive to the project we have. This only not physical elements, but again we're into social elements, the fun, the culture, the surroundings of the project. How to put all of these together to by the end we arrive to a building. So by the end, each space in this building should be an experience. It's not like, only walls and then a roof and a floor. No, like, whenever you're in this space, there is a feeling. There is the message that this building is trying to give to anybody that use this building or just like see this building.
Okay, now, in most of the case, white space projects start with a white sheet. No? So what's happened when the client call you and say, I want to start one project? So you have panic, drama, a little bit excitement, in the same time creativity. You have to start something new, and you don't know what you have to do. So in your mind start to come everything. But we want to say today there is something that can help you. Can help you because some elements are coming from outside. It can give you the feeling of what the client really wants. For example, we can go. The first step that you have is the meeting with the client. And the client has an idea about what to ask you. No, the client is not an architect. He's not an architect, but he has an idea about the space. Let's do an example, for example, one villa. For the first, you have to understand, you have to go on the same line of the client to understand which one is his feeling. Understand the client, what he wants more. Because there are clients that, for example, are more to inside the culture, the nature, the living, the hospitality. And so the project starts from something that can be like bubble, You can, okay. The client can give you an idea with this bubble. For example, I want one big family area. I want one guest room in the touch. I want another part, another zone with, for example, just for the friend. So the client has an idea. Now you have like a puzzle, And this puzzle needs to be composed, to be in the right place, okay? What's happened? Most of the time, your relation is not only with the client. There is anytime another person behind. In this case, for example, for one villa, can be the wife. The wife, so will be another important person you have to consider. Most of the time when the client come in our office, say something, then call after 10 minutes, change idea. No, I won't. Why? Because the wife maybe doesn't participate during the meeting, but when go home, start to say, no, I want my room in another way, I want my bathroom. So what we have after the first approach with the client is something like that. We have an idea about the room because the client knows how many rooms want, how big has to be the living space, the pool. So we have an idea about quantity. Okay, now this idea has to be developed.
Okay, after finishing the most important part, when you start, to speak with someone who has, one plot or, one piece of white paper, that he has some things and some ideas in his mind and he want to put it together. Okay, he doesn't understand mainly what to do. He has, certain requirements and then he has a plot. When we go to see this plot, the plot is a white paper. You want to understand what you draw in this white paper. So, the very, very important, very, very important element like the site. The site, how the site will affect the project. There is the context, there is the view, there is how the environment will affect, the sun, the wind, everything. And here, we're taking one of our projects, to say how we came with an idea of this project. Okay, it's like a small villa for a small family in Dubai. Again, here, when we started this project, we got the brief from the client, and then we started to look at the site. After our visit to the site, we understood, there is a very big park adjacent to the plot. So, what we have to do, we have to use this park. This park is like a public place beside the house, and we have, to use it like as a part of the house. Like this is how the site when we first saw it. And then, after studying that, we found we have to make our house all toward this park. Again, we need to consider a little bit of traditional, the tradition of the place we're in. Okay, both of us are coming from different backgrounds. Like Francesco's coming from Italy, I'm coming from Egypt. We're working in another place, which is Dubai. And here, we need to respect the tradition of this space. One very important tradition there is the courtyard house, where they're really very important for them for the privacy. Here in this example, we went not for the closed courtyard kind, but we had a kind of open courtyard. That can maintain the privacy, that from this pink plots, which is the neighbors, that we know by orienting the whole house toward the park, we have a kind of open courtyard, where from the neighbor sides it's very closed, and then from the other side of the park, which is a little bit open. Again, studying the sun, the movement of the sun, where we have to use more thick walls, where we can have more glass, where to orient our living spaces, bedrooms, and so on. Again, what wind we need to collect, what is the good wind that we need to collect, what the bad wind that we need to prevent it from our courtyard. We're coming to get an idea about what we have to do in this site.
Yeah, for sure. So it's very important to study case similar. For this one, a nice research in the library can help a lot. Not for copy, but just for have an idea, because it's very interesting to understand how the other architects maybe solved some problem before some similar problem that you have now in the solution. So to see some reference, to see how can look the courtyard, how can look the louvers, which one can be the contemporary feeling, can help a lot. Even when you show to the client, he can understand, he can give you some idea. Just for don't lose time, because maybe sometimes, most of the time, there is big confusion between modern, contemporary. Some client come to us and say, I want something contemporary, modern, and then show the reference, there is a Gothic. Oh my God, what is this? So, just for repeat, just 1 second. When you have a meeting with the client, you see the site, you visit the site, you need research, you start to do one physical model, even like sketch for understand how it's working in 3D. For sure, you have to respect the regulation. So this element can give you an input. And so now you don't have more excuse. You have to start your project. And then good luck. No?
Yeah. So when you come to this point, you already get an idea from the client what you want. You understood the site, you get an idea about what other people made in a similar situation. You saw the regulation, everything. So you are in a point that you really need to do something. Okay, how to break the ice, how to start the project. The first thing for sure, so you will start by sketching. You have this white paper in front of you and you start to put some lines there to understand what is the possibilities. So you sketch and sketch and sketch till you find yourself comfortable with the idea. You try to find a solution for this equation. All the information you gather, that your sketch by the end need really to cover all these problems, solve all of these problems, and find a solution for it. Starting by conceptual drawings, adding the bubble diagram, put the spaces together, all of this puzzle, put it all together, so you create a kind of diagram, how the flow of the space, how will work all together. And then again, moving these things in a 3D, so now you're creating the form. When you create the form, you play together, again, put all these elements together, you start to understand about how's the shape, and then how's, these things. In our office, we're very much into doing really physical models, because we think, again, okay, although we're working everything in 3D, we're following BIM system in our office, But like, you know, we think without like a 3D physical model, you don't feel the project. When you do things by your hand, you start to touch it, you start to feel it, you start to understand many things. Like, you know, this is like, you know, the house we're speaking about, like, you know, as a case study. So like, you know, now we have architecture drawings, you have like, you know, virtual and physical model, and then the renderings. So it's like, you know, somehow like, you know, this is the kind of drawings you do, like, so you get an understanding of the project, like 3D models, you know, the kind of renderings, like so on. Okay, Francesca?
Okay, and now, okay. This one is the site. It's looking very similar to the rendering that we made. And so the physical model 3D will help you a lot, because in any case, even with the technology that you have today, the BIM system, no, you can see everything in 3D. This one is not enough, because even if you see the model in 3D on the paper, it's already 2D. There is no way. So to have a physical model, just even very preliminary, will help a lot. So this one is the villa now on the site. Okay. Stop, finish. Now we can show to you one example, concrete example, one project that we made.
And the other presentation, please. All right, and this is like, you know, again, like one other project that we made, like for one British businessman in Dubai. This will show like how we implement this process that we spoke about, like in one project. Like, you know, that this is like a plot where it's really like, it's a very natural plot. It has a lot of like green and water, many elements, and then it's situated in a very amazing place in Dubai, like, you know, like what we call Dubai is a wonderland. So there is a lot of many things that we need to consider while starting this project. Here, like, you know, we did like a little bit of case studies about how we want like our project to look like. Like, you know, we collected some references, like, you know, some of our ex-work and some from the other people work. Like here, this is from WHA, like a Singaporean office. Some again, like, you know, references for landscape, like architecture types and so on. Like the elements we want to incorporate in our design, like, you know, we're looking for a kind of a kind of screens, what kind of screens, a kind of like, you know, traditional things that we want to relate our project to. And
so for us, in general, we use only natural material in our job. We use in general travertino, stone, glass. We love to bring the water inside the house, especially in Dubai, because in Dubai they don't have nothing. There is no natural element. So we try to create the courtyard in general, to put inside the courtyard the water, the green. So we work a lot in the landscape for give the feeling the house is rich from this point of view.
But by giving this element, we try to enrich the experience of the house, enrich the landscape surrounding to the house, like, you know. So like again, the weather there giving you a lot of constraints. So you have like for like around 6 months of the year that you cannot go out. So like, you know, part of our philosophy that while you're inside the house, most of the time you feel you're outside. Like, you know, by creating a very light ground floor, that while you're inside, you're all the time inside the ground floor, you're inside the garden. After that, like, you know, we go for the site studies. You know, for example, like, you know, this certain plot here, like, you know, we start to understand what is the limit of our plot. Like, again, we study the wind directions, then the sun, like, you know, how it will affect the project. The accessibility of the project is a very important element, because, you know, whatever you build, like a building, you need to understand how it's going to be seen from the site. like what is the views you're gonna have, like, you know, in a certain plot like this, like, you know, we had like one view is like the nature of the site itself, the other view is like was a very important hotel, and then the third view, which is the skyline of Dubai. How this, like, you know, will like, you know, drive us to do design, and how this will affect the building. Again, like, you know, how the things we want to collect in the building, the program analysis. So, like, you know, we start from here, like, you know, to understand how the building will look like. Okay, like, you know, it's okay, like, you know, we wanted mainly to capture the views, like, you know, how, like, to collect the most, to optimum views. So each part of the building, like, going toward one of these important views. So, like, you know, this is what you're gonna see from each part of the house. Okay, and then start to show, like, the plan, start to understand the site, like, you know, and, you know, like, then you come to the final render, again, like, you know, putting a little bit of element that recall traditional things, and this is how the project will look in the site. Okay, Francesca. It's okay, like, and sometimes we do, like, a little bit of different options for the client to understand, like, you know, to give him more ideas and so on.
We used to do...
Close after this.
This one is again the physical model. So we used to create one stratification in general when we show to the client our project for understand from the base how it's looking the project, which one are the elements inside. In this case, this one was the basement, then there is the ground floor, the first floor, the first floor, the second floor. So, like, you can see the project, like we said before, we discovered there are three amazing views. In this case, one view is looking in downtown, another one on the lake, another one in front Maidan. There is a special structure in Dubai. And this one is the typology. This one I was looking the renderings, the view from the lake, the entrance.
Again, like, even if you're creating, like, you know, one or two options for the same project, it should work with the same problems. Like, you know, how here, like, you know, you're interpreting, like, you know, this all information that you collected, and then how this, like, create the form of the building. So, like, by putting all of this, you can give the client an answer for all these things that he need and the building that you need to put by the end in this site. It was a, like, quite short presentation. I hope, like, you know, that thank you very much for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Thank you, Yasser. With this, we come to the final presentation. And I would like to thank you all, especially our eminent speakers, for their outstanding, for all the information that they have shared with us, for our students for taking time off from their busy schedule and coming here. We do have, the projects that have been pending. So I would request you all to go downstairs and complete your projects. And thank you again, all of you all.
Let's look forward to an evening of complete togetherness and a fraternity that makes our country even better looking and, of course, better known. But before we begin, may I request all of you to please put your cell phones on the silent mode for the benefit of the speakers and, of course, the entire evening. We're about to start in the next couple of minutes. May I request all of you to please take your seats. Thank you. Once again, as I bid each one of you a very good evening, may I request you to please take your seats. We're about to begin. Thank you. All right, very good evening to all of you, and of course, a warm welcome. Before I begin, may I request all those of you at the back end of the ballroom to please take your seats, and may I request all of you to please put your cell phones in the silent mode. Of course, we want to make sure that we get to hear enough from the speakers, and we want to enjoy the evening. So may I request all those of you who just entered to please take your seats. It is often said that we in the architecture field make the country look better, brighter, and of course, we out here are all full of talent. And I'm sure each one of us here is looking at the other and thinking the same. Yes? As we get set to welcome each one of you to an evening of celebration, I'd like to thank all of you for taking out time and joining us. Once again, I welcome all of you to the Somani Ceramics Presents Economic Times Architecture and Design Summit 2014. But to truly extend a personal welcome to each one of you, may I request the very dynamic Ms. Deepak Lamba, President, Times Conferences Limited, BCCL Group, to please join us on stage. Sir, let's put our hands together.
Very good evening to all of you present here, and it's indeed a pleasure for me to be in the midst of such illustrious company. We've got senior architects, eminent builders, and not to forget the budding talent, all of who are and will be instrumental in creating some remarkable living spaces for us in the times to come. A very renowned idiom states that the first impression is usually the last impression, and I'd just like to add here that most often, the most important ingredient in forming that first impression is based on the visual imagery. And considering this, architects and builders play an important, credible role in shaping and redefining the global perception of our country. In addition, we actually believe that the growth pace of the Indian economy combined with the vision of the government to now exemplify and take Brand India to the next level, will lead to a surge in demand for innovative designs. Of course, for such a demand to translate to the successful action would, of course, require concrete planning and expert opinion that will help the country move towards achieving their common goals. And this goal, mind you, is not to be done and achieved only in the metros, but the government has an ambitious plan of creating 100 smart cities, and we would like to see this being implemented across all of those 100 smart cities as well. The view to creating this platform of Architecture and Design Summit last year was exactly this, to get eminent people from the industry to come together on a common platform and share ideas, share case studies, so that the industry can learn from each other's success. Our first edition, which last year witnessed us reaching out to many cities in the western part of the country. We, I think, went across to 4 cities in Western India and then culminated with a very large summit in Bombay. To encompass the entire ecosystem, we also launched a special edition to highlight the work of women architects in India. And we maintain that the larger the audience, the bigger the change that we can achieve. And with this in mind, again, we kickstarted this year's initiatives by a series of regional events in the cities of Ludhiana, Chandigarh, Lucknow, Dehradun and Jaipur. And as we all know in this room, we are concluding this year's summit with a grand summit tomorrow morning. Also strongly believing that today's student will be tomorrow's leader, we went out and created a student focused program where we reached out to we organized a contest and got entries from almost 50 colleges across the country. Our special highlight here was the Student Excellence Awards, for which we received many entries, and I think choosing the best from amongst the best is always a tough ask. And I'd like to take this occasion to thank our jury and our advisory committee members this evening for their support and most importantly for the valuable time that they've spent with us in order to try and make this event a grand success. I would also like to take this occasion to thank our partner in this initiative right from the time we started this in year 1, Somani Tiles, Mr. Abhishek Somani, I know, has been personally involved in working with us truly as partners into trying to see what we can do to make this, and I think we share a common aim in trying to make this the default go-to destination for this community in the years to come. So many thank you for your support. I sincerely hope that the entire gamut of activities encompassed by the A&D Summit addresses some of the critical issues that we face today, and we try and put forward a planned effort to try and overcome these challenges. With this, I would like to open the evening, and I wish you a very, very good evening. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir, for enlightening us on the A&D Summit 2014, of course, the 2nd edition. And to now present the opening keynote, may I request Mr. Abhishek Somani, Joint Managing Director, Somani Ceramics, to join us on stage. We welcome you, sir, and once again, thank you for the involvement.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Lamba. And good evening, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to you all, and thank you for being here in such large numbers. I acknowledge the presence of all the important and eminent dignitaries sitting in front of me. Like Mr. Lamba said, we're very proud to be part of this association with ET Edge, and we work together relentlessly to see how we can make a difference to Indian architecture and design, urban planning. And in that endeavor, what we thought was, rather than a normal awards function, let's create something where there is sharing of some knowledge, and we created a knowledge platform. Try to get the government, the architects, the interiors, the builders, all of the stakeholders together. So right here also, I think all of us are stakeholders in making this possible. So see how we can, create better architecture, better design, better urban planning for a new India. And with the new government here, I believe we are looking at a completely new leaf, and we are looking at going forward with the kind of zeal which we probably did after independence. It reminds me to say that after independence, India really hasn't created any city except maybe Chandigarh and maybe one more. Gandhinagar would be probably the only other one. And we've seen how the other mushroom cities out of India, whether it's Navi Mumbai, whether it is part of Chennai, whether it is Gurgaon, right under our nose, how it's a complete disaster when it comes to urban planning and design, where nothing has been put to mind. None of the stakeholders have been brought onto the same platform. We've not looked at sanitation, we've not looked at infrastructure, be it road, be it even simple things like parks and playgrounds. If you see Dwarka as one clear example for all of you who are from Delhi, Dwarka is one concrete jungle. There's not a single park in Dwarka, and it's a brand new city which has come up, brand new satellite city which has come up. So I think that was the idea as to how we can bring the stakeholders, and while the government is talking of making 100 cities smart, I think that's been misconstrued by some parts of the media, where they are not talking of 100 new cities and 100 smart cities, but they're looking at 100 cities within to make them smarter. So how we can make a difference there, how we can create world-class structures over dynasties, over ages, over eras. We've seen the old Indian forts come up, we've seen Taj Mahal come up, we've seen Qutub Minars and the likes of that come up, and even very recently with the British, we've seen such fantastic buildings come up. Some examples would be the India Gate, and the list just goes on. How we can create this with the new cities. If you look at any new world city, everybody has one thing to show off. You look at Kuala Lumpur, you have the Petronas Towers. You talk of Dubai, you have the Burj Khalifa, etc., etc. I don't think in India there's even a single city which is modern, which is post-independence, where we can talk of one structure which we are proud of and we can boast across the world. So I think time has come where clearly this government is set out and they want to make a difference, want to make some cities. I don't know how many would be, but we are sure that there would be cities coming up, and I think there's clear lack of knowledge pooling from all these stakeholders which I've just mentioned. So I hope these platforms, and with the muscle power of ET, Mr. Lamba, maybe you can take it to the ears and eyes of the government and make them hear as to how we can really come together, and maybe they can get us to participate in a better India. So last year, like he said, we did the design matching with pace, with rapid growth, and this year we're doing modernity with architecture, with heritage, and we tapped on to students. So we did road shows and we did various exercises with schools, and the most interesting was that we got students to participate in a competition where we said that if they had to make a war memorial, which somebody made at that time, which is India Gate, how would they conceive it in the modern times? So while keeping the culture of this country, how would they blend it with modernity, yet with heritage? So that was the competition. I think I haven't seen the entries, but I'm sure they must have been very good, and the first, second and third would have been a big ask. So that was fun, and seeing these students come up with new stuff, new ideas. Going forward, I am very, very sure, very, very positive on making this a better India, for that matter. And architecture, to my mind, sanitation, we've just heard of Swachh Bharat. Sanitation and basic infrastructure has to be in place, which if we do get pooled knowledge, it's not possible. It is possible. The same Indian laborers go to the Saudi Arabias, and if you see the new city of Dammam coming up, you would see what a big difference is. And who's making them? Indian architects are making them, Indian labor is making them. I think the only thing they buy outside of oil is probably Indian labor and water. So frankly, all of it is going from here. And why can't we create the same here? It's just a question of planning, just a question of putting our heads together, like I said, together, and we can make this happen. So thank you for being here, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Somani, and I truly hope, along with all of us, that the Modi government does bring with it some great ideas and ways to implement, and of course, like you said, let's think together. Moving on, I'd now like to present to you Mr. Dikshu Kukreja, proprietor, CP Kukreja Architects, of course, very well known in the field, one of the few in the industry who are acknowledged internationally. You've seen a lot of their projects in and across the country. Let's put our hands together as I invite him on stage. Sir?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is heartening to see that a prestigious print media group such as the Economic Times has chosen to focus on architecture by hosting the Architecture and Design Summit. This initiative offers various opportunities. It generates higher awareness and greater sensitivity in society towards architecture. It creates a platform to discuss, debate, and delve into the role of architecture as well as architects and how they can shape the built environment. It also offers an opportunity to look back and appreciate our traditional design, understand the needs of the present, and respond to serious environmental issues and sustainability issues that shall shape our future. I have often observed that architects despair at the deteriorating quality of our cities. And if I refer to what Abhishek has just spoken, I think it's not just architects, but also people in allied professions. Architecture in particular, and architects I would say, are in a position to take the initiative in leading the mass in building the future through practice, education, and sharing ideas. The most significant of them being putting across the message through their designs in order to create architectural awareness in society. But unfortunately, our cities continue to witness construction of incompatible and poor architecture, which would not have been possible had it been done by an architecturally conscious mind. The government and local bodies also fail to implement norms which can ensure the professional administration in construction. Above all these is the pressure of immense development which this country is facing. Also, the rising and falling economies of scale, the yearn for matching the development through Western ideas, and also the demand for real estate in the market is imparting its significance to any kind of architectural or building project. And what this is doing is it's dwarfing the important issues, the other issues, whether it is to do with livability, safety norms, environmental consciousness, in the realization of good architecture. No matter how well planned and how synchronized management of a project seems to be, the realization of the same faces a huge pressure from these factors that I just talked about, which tends to derail the situation. So in a nutshell, a working design in an Indian context often tends to find itself far away and removed from an efficient design. In such a situation, it is very difficult for an architect to deliver the best solution. Moreover, in India, the common public's perception of architecture is not very strong. And this ignorance is seen when you go out of the metropolitan cities and you move into the rest of the country. There are many, I would say a huge majority of buildings where there is not even an involvement of an architect. So there is no perception or significance attached to the need of not only good design, but good professionals to work on these projects. In such a scenario, and when we talk about 100 smart cities or whatever the development models this country is going to choose, it is not just important to take stock of where we stand, but also deliberate on the way forward. In this context, I look forward to the deliberations that will take shape tomorrow in the Architecture and Design Summit. When I accepted the chairmanship of this advisory board for the summit, I had made it clear to Economic Times that this should not just be another get-together. Rather, we should look at it becoming a path-breaking and momentous opportunity which shall not only bring the best of national but also international talent and professionals to explore ways of creating a better future for all of us. I'm also glad that we have been able to, as Abhishek mentioned, in this particular session of the summit, engage the young minds, the future of architecture, and that is the students. On a slight aside, I would say that as we sit in the comfort of this hotel, I would urge each one of you to think for a moment on the situation that we all are aware of, which Jammu and Kashmir is facing. And may I take this platform to urge, as we have done in our office, an initiative towards charity. And if each one of us can perhaps contribute, whether financially or through goods, clothes, and other medicines and other needs that we are all aware of that our fellow citizens, brothers and sisters there require, I think it would be great. So this is just a request to all of you. I would also like to conclude now by complimenting the Economic Times team, all the members that have been behind the scenes in organizing this summit and putting together what promises to be a wonderful event. I also wish to, of course, thank the other members of the advisory board for their constructive suggestions, their participation in what we hope shall be a path-breaking summit. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir. Of course, I'd also like to thank you for being the chairperson of the A&D Summit and for guiding us through, and of course for your very, very active involvement. And to thank our advisory board, without whom the team at ET would truly be without a leadership. Let's put our hands together as I invite Mr. Deepak Lamba on stage once again. Sir. We'd like to thank each of our advisory board member. Without your expert advice, we truly wouldn't have been put all of this together. May I once again request the chairperson of the A&D Summit to please join us on stage, Mr. Dikshu Kukreja, with your applauses. Thank you for your time, sir. Truly appreciate it. Well, a group picture will be a great memory. May I also request Mr. Karan Grover, founder Karan Grover and Associates, to please join us on stage. So we truly appreciate your presence on the advisory board. Let's also put our hands together as I once again invite on stage Mr. Abhishek Somani, Mr. Manit Rastogi, Managing Partner, Morphogenesis. A warm welcome to you, sir. I'm sure we have more energy than this. This is our advisory board. Let's truly put our hands together for each one of them. Ms. Sunita Kohli, President, K2 India. Mr. Rastogi will be joining us a little later this evening, but of course our compliments will be passed on to him. Let me also take this opportunity to invite on stage Mr. Javier Quintana, Director, IDOM UK. We welcome you, sir. Thank you so very much for your time, sir. May I request all of you to please join us for a group picture so we can keep these memories alive. Let me also take this opportunity to thank Reza Kabul, Papia Sarkar, J. Mayor H. and Shashi Prabhu. They couldn't join us this evening, but nevertheless, we appreciate your presence on the advisory board. Thank you so very much. May I invite you to be a part of the audience once again. It's now time for a very special address indeed. Yes, changing dynamics of leadership and the application of the same in design organizations. And we truly have an expert when it comes to speaking to such great minds as yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all put our hands together as I invite on stage Mr. Shiv Khera, founder, qualified always leave us with something to learn. But moving on, we'd now like to present you a special address with an international outlook. And to present the same, may I please invite on stage Mr. Javier Quintana once again, the Director of IDOM UK and the former Dean of IE School of Architecture and Design. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as he joins us on stage.
Good evening. Good evening to all of you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you to all the team of the Economic Times. Thank you for all the words that I've heard this evening and all the ideas and images and good advice that I got throughout the whole day, because we've been here since 9 in the morning, some of us at least, in company of students. I truly would like to say that it's been great for me to share these hours with you, and I really would like to thank, as I said, to the Economic Times, the team that we've been working for these last weeks. And I especially would like to say thank you to Dikshu Kukreja, who's the one that passed along the name or my name to this team. And it's been a pleasure. You have been such an open door, not only here, but to India, and I really wanted to thank you for this in public. When discussing what could I talk about in this evening, and having been with students during the whole day, we decided that it could be good that having the chance to have a group of them that will be awarded tonight, I could try to make a few reflections of what the life of a student is supposed to evolve from now on, or which are the future trends on education. But also I wanted to share this concepts with a professional perspective, being the case that many of the people in the audience are professionals. I am here because I'm someone who is a practitioner, but also someone who has great passion and motivation for education. I've been involved in academia for more than 20 years now. And whatever I have to say comes from that blended life, kind of. The first thing is that for the students, I would like to say that being a student is getting something different. And what I mean by this is that the professional world and education is intersecting more and more. I think that probably most of you who are architects that have companies, when you get the CVs from the students, you look for experience, 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 experience. And at the same time, the educators are obsessed with giving experience, or opportunities to the students to have a touch of what or a taste of what professional life should be. And, well, this is something that is more and more the future. We're evolving from an academic situation which was about the dream of what you can design in a very specific context, which is the one of university. And we're evolving to a situation in which students are forced to think what this should be the right, or which should be the right way to do this when confronted with reality. I don't know if this is good or bad, but it is happening. And in a way, I don't know, it's like if I reflect when, you know, being a teenager, you know, years ago was supposed to start when you're 15. Now, literally starts when you're 9 or something, before the teens. This is happening a little bit in education. And well, that's one of the things that I think is happening at this point. I insist again, I don't know if it's good or bad, but they should reflect students that they have a very unique opportunity to be in university, to dream. Their advisors, their professors are helping them to, to push their skills. But at the same time, there's a pressing world of professionals asking them to deliver, even when they are students through internships, well, when they have their gap year and that is something that is, is more and more happening. That would be one of the first reflections about how the world of the student is changing. The second one is that life is becoming global, or the effect of globalization. So when a student starts, creating a strategy for him or herself, there is not only a consideration about the content or the institution, but also the place. And this is becoming more and more important, that education happens in different places, and usually they are not so close to each other anymore. And again, there are, let's say, not local path, doesn't have to be always international, but most of the time is international, has, a relevance in what you're doing. This will happen again when you become a professional. Professional life is becoming more and more the consequence of being in a global world, or the world that is the consequence of globalization. I mean, just our former speaker was talking about cities, situations that came from all over the place, and about a situation that in one day you can get the information that, in other decades would have, costed a lot more time to get. You are facing a future that is about internationalization. You are facing not only your education time, but your professional time as an international person. And you have to think what you want to do with that. But at the same time, I think that being an architect is not the same anymore. In so far, I think that the understanding of the profession has been pretty monochrome. We all have been educated in a way that we are designers, we have our companies, and then we design buildings. There comes a time in which within that window, there's no work for all of us, because the world is also doing different things, and also because it's giving a lot of opportunities to understand the way designers could act, and among the designers, the architects. I was referring today in a workshop that I gave on entrepreneurship to the students, that I have this idea of I like to think about the architects, about people that get inputs from a lot of fields when they are in their educational period. And most architects are like starfish, with people, a lot of potentials in many directions. I said that I think at this point that figure or that metaphor of the starfish is not valid anymore. I think the one that could be more valid at this point is the one of the octopus. That the one that we, with those potentials, with those skills that we have, we can do much more. And so going back to this idea of being an architect is not the same anymore. I honestly think that this new generation of people, this new generation of students, which is you at this point, will have many other chances to practice architecture, maybe helping architects to resolve many of their gaps, servicing architects because they have so many needs that they cannot cover themselves, consulting to architects instead of architects, asking for other types of consultants that not within the profession. I don't know, this is just an idea, but this is happening at this point in the global world of professional architecture. Finally, I think we are a lot aware of this. I think the world is becoming more complex. The issues that architects are dealing with are more complex. The speed of urbanization, the requirements of not only legal, but the norms that we have to deal with, the client's speed, the time frame in which things are supposed to be done are getting more and more difficult. But also, buildings and on the ambition of men trying to make them better is asking for something that goes beyond not only architecture and design, but connections to other professionals. So you are heading to a world that is more complex. It's about collaboration with other professionals. Think about that. We again come in this idea of tradition and modernity. I think that the modern understanding of architecture, it's really about going a little bit beyond the borders of what the architects have been up to now. Well, finally, I was talking today also about this idea of please think in terms of 5 years what you want to do with your life, with your professional life, with your student life within in the next 5 years. And if I could recommend something is, start every 5 years from the beginning, go back to zero, be a bit